Hello.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Sanjeev.
Hello. Hi. Good evening.
Yeah. So we will start in another 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah. Just to make I would like to make an announcement. Please, all the participants note and tell your team members also. 80% attendance online is very important, and we are taking the screenshots of all the once in a while, and our system also tracks. And if your certificate is not issued for not attending the complete session, please don't blame us. Okay, please make a note of this and ensure that your team members and your company people, anyone you are from your company, please ensure that they're all attending the online session. Okay, so it is conveniently attended, organized on Saturday, Sunday, to ensure that no other work interferes. And training is very important, and that's why we have organized in a very systematic manner, and all the participants are requested to cooperate and attend all the sessions. Thank you so much. Okay, Shreyashi. So we will start in a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shall we start by now? Or
No, 1 minute. One more minute.
Okay, fine.
Let it be 4 o'clock. We'll start. Yeah, now it is 4 o'clock. Can we start? Yeah.
Yes, sir. We are starting. So good evening and welcome to one and all. I'm Shrevshi, the assigned moderator from Planet. Planet is India's most trusted and widely used digital platform with multiple enriching services for doctors. Planet is very proud to be a part as a digital partner for this event organized by Medical Pharmacologists Society, and the topic of today's session is MPS National Clinical Trial Summit Day 2. So let's begin today's session, for which I would like to invite Dr. Shiva Murthy sir to take over. So over to you, sir. Please proceed with the talk.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shreyashi, for nice introduction. Now, I would like to start with a one-page PPT based on the yesterday's score. What I could see. So hope all of you are able to see the PPT. I'm just making the PPT show. So can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. So what I would like to say here is that, this is the score, what I could see yesterday. All of you have scored, and this is the pre-test results. And I would like to congratulate all of you that, it was very nicely attended and well received also. And you can see that on an average score is around 81%. And median score is 84%, and range starts from 12 to 100. So I request everyone to pay attention, and it's a very good score because I do the testing of pre-test and post-test regularly, and it is skewed towards the upper hand. It definitely indicates a very good mark that everyone is they have already had a good amount of knowledge, and they are so much interested to learn further. That's a good part. Now, with this, I would like to again welcome everyone for the day 2 program, and we have a lot of presentations lined up. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sanjeev. Dr. Sanjeev, can you please project your personal file?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that I would like to introduce you and then hand over the mic to you. So before that, I would like to wish everyone a very happy Friendship Day, and we are so happy that we have been networking since last 1 month, and on this day we have an opportunity to work together on this important agenda. Let us hope that God will help us to do further better. I think your slide is not very properly visible, Dr. Sanjeev. So let me just see if I can open your slide from my end.
To me, sir, it's clearly visible.
Okay. I think what I will do, I will share my screen because
I will stop sharing.
Yeah, please.
I did that.
Just yeah. Can you see the slide? Can you see
Yes.
Yes, sir. It's visible
Yes, sir.
perfectly.
Okay. So let me introduce Dr. Sanjeev Gupta. So he completed his MBBS equivalent, like a MD in Moscow, equivalent to MBBS. And he again completed MD in Pharmacology from Government Medical College, Jammu. And later he pursued a course in diabetes from Copenhagen, Denmark. So in addition to it, he has 22 years of experience after MBBS and 10 years after MD, and now currently is working as associate professor in the Government Medical College, Kathua, and Jammu and Kashmir. And he also worked as the deputy coordinator for AMC at hospital in Jammu, Sidra Hospital. And there he's able to publish around 12 publications in the last 10 years. And he's also editorial member in JPIDR Journal. And he also worked in the curriculum committee of earlier medical college. And he is currently, again, he had a previous experience of working as a medical officer. So we have a very nice person today to take the complete day with us, and looking forward to you, Dr. Sanjeev. All the best, and hope things will go well. And looking forward for the nice program and nice coordination as a moderator. Congratulations for accepting this this program as the coordinator, and looking forward to hear you again and again. Okay, so now can you take over?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for nice introduction. So I'll start. I think I'll start with the first speaker of the day.
Yes, yes.
Without wasting any time, I can start. So I hope my slide is visible, sir.
So it is coming online now. Yeah, it is visible. Yeah. Can you please go ahead?
Yes, I would like to introduce first speaker of the day, ma'am Dr. Anuradha HV. She is professor and head Department of Pharmacology, MS Ramaiah Medical College. She has done her graduation from JJM Medical College, Davangere, MD Pharmacology from Kempe Gowda Institute of Medical Sciences, Bangalore. And after that, she pursued PG DMLE, postgraduate diploma in medical law and ethics from National Law School of India, University, Bangalore, with overall more than 20 years of academic experience. Madam is a member secretary of Ethics Committee, member of Scientific Committee, coordinator of ADRM Center, convener of Pharmacovigilance Committee, convener of Drugs and Formulary Committee in MS Ramaiah Medical College and Hospitals, Bangalore, and also on the Board of Studies, member of National Board of Examinations and BLD Vijaypura. Her areas of interest are pharmacovigilance, vaccine vigilance, clinical research, medical law and ethics, and medical education. Madam is also a member of National Academy of Medical Sciences, Indian Pharmacological Society, Indian Medical Association, and more associations like Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India, Indian Society of Rational Pharmacotherapeutics, Medical Pharmacology Society, Indian Society of Clinical Research, and she has also served as faculty and resource person for various state, national, and international workshops. Ma'am, now on to you. I invite you to start your talk. Welcome you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sanjay, for the introduction. Can I share my screen now?
I'll stop you. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it visible? Hello?
No, madam, not yet. No, madam, not yet.
Should I try to share?
No. Please, may I ask madam to, it will be good. Just wait.
Okay.
Madam,
Okay,
can
sir.
you, yes. Madam, can you try again?
Yes, yes. Is it visible, sir, now?
Yes, madam. Now it is, you can make it a full screen.
Is it fine?
Yes, madam. Perfectly all right. You can go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I thank the organizers, Dr. Shumurthy and team, for giving me this opportunity to share my knowledge in front of you regarding the responsibilities of investigator. I think I saw a lot of messages in the participant group regarding the yesterday's session, and it was overwhelming to see like their involvement and their understanding regarding the process of the clinical study. Before starting the role of the investigator, I just wanted to say, like, if we consider that clinical trial itself as a movie, which is more easily for you to understand. If you consider it as a movie, like, like there are a lot of stakeholders are involved in the conduct of the movie for the outcome of it. Like, for example, the producer, director, actors, etc. Many more like play minor roles as well. Like in this, I say like the most important person who plays a role He is the director who just know how to conduct them, how to bring out the movie, like how to involve everybody, how to do a coordination. And similarly, when I say like come to the clinical trial per se, like here the director is the investigator. Okay, investigator. Who is investigator? He is the person who is responsible for the conduct of the clinical trial at the clinical trial site. And he is the utmost important person to protect the rights, welfare, and health of the participants. And I know like it is not easy for one person to conduct the study throughout, because sometimes it may happen for 6 months, and it can range from 4 to 5 years also. So it is not by a single person who can conduct. It's a team of investigators. The primary person who is important to conduct the trial is known as a principal investigator. Other individuals like other persons who are having equally qualified to conduct this, they're called as either the co-investigator and sub-investigator, and even many more people are involved along with them, like a clinical trial coordinators to support them in the course of the clinical study. And like I think yesterday, many of my friends must have discussed, there are two types of clinical trials as per the NDCT rules. One is the sponsor-driven clinical trials, where the sponsor is always from the pharma industry. And another thing, since we are from the academic background, it is the investigator-initiated trials or the academic trials. And here the sponsor, mainly the funds can be obtained either from some of the bodies like ICMR, DST, DBT, or sometimes from the local bodies as well. Or some of the studies can be done with our own self-funded. And what are the responsibilities of the investigator? It has been very clearly mentioned in the ICH GCP guidelines, which includes 13 sections from 4.1 to 4.13 under the various headings, which includes in the investigators' qualification agreements, adequate resources, medical care of trial subjects, communication with the IRB or IEC, compliance with the protocol, investigational medicine product, randomization procedures and unblinding, informed consent of trial subjects, records and reports, progress reports, safety reporting, premature termination or suspension of a trial, and final reports. Means the investigator plays a major responsibility, like from the beginning, like from the choosing of the investigator till the submission of the final report. I'll go one by one. Who can become the investigator? I think a lot of discussion took place even in the morning, like whether the allopathy study can be done by the Ayurvedic person or the Ayurvedic study can be done by the allopathy person, etc., etc. I just want to clarify that investigators should be qualified by education, training, and experience. Means I want to say qualifications is as recommended by NMC. It is as per the Indian GCP. Indian GCP clearly mentions that qualification should be as per the recommended by the NMC. Means only the specialized person, whether who is MD physician, can do study related to that. If it is surgeon, he can be doing the studies related to any surgical interventions or indications. And the allopathy study, for the allopathic study for any new drug, it is only the person who is qualified as per the NMC can become the principal investigator. For example, if there is any Ayurvedic study, principal investigator should be from the Ayurveda background. And whereas the co-investigators can be from any other backgrounds. They can be the supporting system in order to support the principal investigator. It is very clearly to be mentioned that the qualified person from the allopathy medicine only should be the principal investigator for the new drugs as per the allopathy medications. For the Ayurvedic medications, it should be from the Ayurveda background only can become the principal investigator. And all these qualifications, training, experiences should be evidenced through the up-to-date curriculum vitae and has to be submitted to the ethics committee during the approval of their clinical study. And the investigator should be aware of various guidelines and rules which is applicable to the particular country and should be comply with the GCP's, SOPs, and the applicable regulatory requirements like NDCT rules 2019, ICMR guidelines. Various ICMR guidelines has been brought out, like now regarding the stem cell research, regarding the medical device rules, etc. All these should be aware of it related to the study. And the investigator should maintain list of appropriately qualified person. I told you, like, it is not the one person who can conduct the study. There is a various, too many people are involved apart from the qualified persons. The study nurse, sub-investigator, coordinators from the clinical research center. All these persons should be adequately qualified in their respective areas, and they should support it. And the list is appropriately available with the investigator. And sometimes we can have a co-PI who work as a PI in the absence of PA who is equally qualified. And monitoring and the auditing by the sponsor and inspection by the regulatory authorities should be permitted by the investigator on the need basis. And what should be adequate resources should be available. And investigator is a person who is responsible for the recruitment of the patient numbers, that is the participants within the agreed time frame. So he is the one who is responsible. Like we cannot choose an investigator who doesn't get any much patients, because the depending upon his experience, depending on his expertise, with the sponsor will choose an investigator because so that he can get a adequate number in the adequate in a specified time frame. And sufficient time to be allowed to conduct and complete the trial, because he should spare some sufficient time. He cannot rely on his team only always, because he's a person who is responsible throughout the study. And he should have an adequate manpower and facilities to support it. And all his team should be trained by him in the adequately for the conduct of the study. And what do you mean by the medical care for trial subjects? And investigator becomes the most responsible person for all the trial related medical decisions of the participants. He should ensure that adequate medical care to be taken during the routine day-to-day management of the participants, and whenever there is an adverse event or the serious adverse event. The investigator should make reasonable effort to ascertain the reason for the subject's premature withdrawal from trial. We cannot coerce them to say like what is the reason for the withdrawal, but we should make an effort to say like why the patient is withdrawing from the trial, because it will help in the smooth functioning of the trial as such. In case if the symptoms worsens and if it is not helping with the study medications, always he should be going in for the rescue medications as per the protocol. And he is a person who is mainly responsible for the communication with the ethics committee. The sponsor cannot communicate directly with the ethics committee. It is through the investigator, sponsor can communicate with the ethics committee. When he should communicate with the ethics committee, it is prior to the start of the study, during the study, and also after the completion of the study. Prior to the start of the study, principal investigator should submit all the necessary documents for the approval before conduct of the ethics committee. During the study, if there is any deviations during the course of the study, it should be reported or notified to the EC as and when required. And also, like if there is any AEs and the SAEs to be reported within the timelines as specified by the NDCT rules. I think another person is going to take it in detail. And after completion of the study, he or she should notify to the ethics committee regarding the completion of the study and the site closure, and also with a detailed summary of the report. And how we should take care of the compliance with the protocol. Investigators should be familiar with the properties of the investigational medical product, that is a study drug. And he should agree to comply with the protocol. He should always sign and date the protocol that I'll be following each and everything, whatever is described in the protocol. He or she should agree to permit the site monitoring, audits, and the inspections as and when is scheduled. Conduct the study according to the protocol. If there is any deviation, he should report to EC along with the reasons and communicate it to the sponsors. Like deviation cannot be reported, just a deviation, and the reasons to be quoted in the deviation report whenever he is communicated to the ethics committee. And if there is any protocol violations, is usually not acceptable. We usually terminate the study if there is any major protocol violations. What is IMP? IMP is an investigational medicine products. In the simple way, we can say it as a study drug. And it is a responsibility of the investigator to take care of the storage of these IMP in the restricted access area. And the information regarding the storage, whatever is mentioned in the protocol, is appropriate. And he's also, the investigator's responsibility is also to document the delivery of these investigational medicine product storage, accountability from the participant sets, and also in if there is leftover, like returning to the sponsors. And so most of the study could be the randomization, and these randomization procedures to be followed like as mentioned in the protocol, and interact either through the interactive voice or the web response system as for the allocation of the investigation medicine products to the various subgroups. What is unblinding? Is if the study is a blinding procedure, strictly it should be followed like as documented in the protocol. And in case if there is any serious AE, like serious adverse events, then on the basis of the say patient safety, in order to protect the patient care, sometimes with decision by the ethics committee, he can ask the sponsor to unblind only when it is required. And this breaking of this code is mainly in accordance to the protocol, and it should be done by the sponsor. Only the investigator is a person who is going to liaise between the ethics committee or from the clinical research center to the sponsor for the unblinding of the investigational medicine product. What is informed consent? Informed consent is a process by which the trial subject voluntarily confirms his or her willingness to participate in the trial after having been informed of all aspects of the trial that are relevant to the subject's decision to participate as per the ICGCP. And it is a responsibility of the principal investigator to take the consent from the participants before enrolling him into the study. ICF has always to be signed and dated by the investigator and the participants of the subject personally, and one copy of the ICF should be handed over to the participants. What is data handling? Observations or findings recorded correctly and completely in the CRFs and signed, and it should be supervised. Investigator should supervise the data handling by the study coordinators, and he also should interpret the laboratory values. If there is any abnormal values, he should comment like what is the basis for these abnormal values, and the units has to be mentioned in the document. Okay, in case if there is the wrong value is mentioned, he cannot like investigator cannot put any eraser or anything to scratch it. Only thing is you should score so that whatever the wrong document has been done should be visible, along with the correct documentation has to be done next to it with the sign and date. Records and reports. The investigator should ensure the accuracy, completeness, and the timelines of the data. Medical history to be entered, like from the patient's entry into study, like along with the medical history, concomitant medication, details of the IP and accountability, if in case if there is any development of adverse events, and if there are any additional treatment is required for the patient during the course of the study, all these things has to be documented accurately, completely, and the timeline should be mentioned in the documents. And moving on to the records and reports, data reported on the CRF that are derived from the source document should be consistent with the source documents. And if there is any discrepancy, should be explained. And any change or correction to a CRF, as I already mentioned, should be dated initial and should not obscure the original entry. Original entry should be visible, and only you can be allowed to score the earlier data or the original entry. And it is the responsibility of the investigator in order to note down or to notify the progress and safety reports to the EC on the timely basis. Written summaries of the trial status of to the EC annually and are more frequently requested by the EC. Like as per the SOPs of the respective ECs, he need to submit the trial status. In our center, like every annually we need to submit, and also the every half yearly and basis, like we need to submit the progress report. And the investigator should also promptly provide written reports to the sponsor and EC on any changes significantly affecting the conduct of the trial and or increasing the risk or subjects. In case if there is any threat to the participants or there is any risk involved in the participants, then we can submit the report, written report to the sponsor and to the ethics committee, asking for their opinion whether to continue with the study protocol or we need to prematurely terminate the study. Regarding that opinion, we need to communicate if there is any risk involved for the subjects. And of course, like as I mentioned, like he should, he or she should document and notify the adverse event and serious adverse events on the timelines specified by the NDC. And moving on to the premature termination of suspension of a trial or final closure reports, he should inform trial participants, assuring them they will receive appropriate therapy and follow-up, and should inform the sponsor, ethics committee, and wherever applicable regulatory authorities also by providing a detailed written explanation regarding the premature termination. And should investigator should also notify to the either if you wherever the approval has been obtained, whether it can be local, central, or the institutional ethics review board of the regarding the study completion or the study closure, and provide a summary of the outcome to the ethics committee. And another important responsibility is once the completion of the study is over, it is he cannot wash out from it. Like it is still his responsibility lies. He should be the responsible person to archive all the necessary documents which are involved in the course of the study. And he should also be aware that audits or inspections could take place even after completion of the study. Aware that there are no publication rights, means initially only there will be a contract between the sponsor and the investigator. Depending upon that, like the publication rights lies with the sponsor, not with the investigator. Whereas in case of the academic trials, then all these the publication rights lies with the investigator. Take home message: investigator is the person who has primary responsibility in the conduct of the clinical trial. Investigator is the one person who is mainly responsible for documentation of all the communication, data, reports in a scientific manner, and he plays a most crucial part in the conduct of the clinical study. And he also has a responsibility to protect the rights, safety, and health of the participants of the study subjects. And he cannot do it alone. As I mentioned earlier, it is a team which does. But his responsibility lies with the supervision of the team for the prompt conduct of the study. Collective efforts of the team is more important to produce scientifically accurate and correct data for the interpretation. These are my references, that is NDCT Rules 2019, ICGCP Guidelines, and National Ethical Guidelines for Biomedical and Health Research involving Human Participants 2017. Thank you. If there is any queries, please.
Thank you so much, madam. It's really nice presentation related to investigators' responsibility. Thank you so much for accepting and delivering the nice talk. And there are few questions which are there in the group. One which was, I think I can read out for you. Just one. This is related to nutraceuticals. There is one question which we are trying to answer. So how about herbal formulations which are under nutraceuticals, not exactly Ayurvedic? In such cases, who should be the PI, whether it is Ayurvedic or allopathic?
So nutraceuticals, it doesn't come under allopathy or Ayurvedic per se, because it will be used by both the individuals. Anybody can become the PI in this case. And whether this can be the Ayurvedic person or it can be the allopathy person. Only thing is similar to the CDSCO guidelines, like for the allopathy medications, we always apply for the CDSCO, DCGA to get an approval. For the Ayurvedic also, we do apply nowadays for the new drugs. For the nutraceuticals, there is a different, another regulatory body which is available. We need to apply that to get a permission to start the studies. Otherwise, anybody can become the PA in that case for the nutraceuticals.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I think Dr. Sanjeev, you can take over.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your elaborative talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Hello.
Yeah, your slide is visible.
Yes. Now, I would like to invite next speaker of the day is Mr. Snendu Konar. He is head of business development and strategy, Clinimed Life Sciences. He's regional coordinator in India and Avoidable Deaths Network. Snendu is an industry leader with extensive experience in clinical research, operations, business development with over 23 years of experience in developing business and managing global operation centers, and having rich experience in client relations, staffing, resource management, and optimization. Currently serving as head of business development and strategy of Clinimed Life Sciences. He had successfully set up the L&J Group's healthcare BPO regional office at Kolkata as a greenfield, designing and implementing office layout, network, staffing, process training, and establishing metrics for management reporting for transparency in operations. Snendu demonstrated leadership while related to the business in various roles and have successfully addressed various corporate parameters like strategic planning and deployment of operational processes, aligning deliverables to match business goals and achieve targets effectively within time frame, budgets, and with utmost quality delivered. He has worked with global and national pharma companies like Pfizer, Merck, Ophirex, Inc., INC, DRL, Zydus, Hitero, Natco, etc. in the field of clinical trials. He is also regional coordinator India of Avoidable Deaths Network, a global research network dedicated to avoid human deaths from natural hazards. Now I invite Mr. Snendu Konur, please deliver his talk.
Good afternoon, all the participants and Dr. Siva. Just a minute, hold on. I'm sharing my screen. Dr. Sanjeev, is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yes, fine. So,
It's fine.
introduction
You can start.
by Dr. Sanjeev Gupta. And thank you, Dr. Siva and the organizer, MPS National Clinical Trial Summit. It happened. Just I'll say you that it is a really nice program. It has been set up, but we started with just a conversation that let's start, and then MPS did it, and we are one of the sponsor also from Clinimed Life Science, Kolkata. And I'll thanks the other sponsors that Ethicsin and CDSMR and JPADR who has contributed. And also I'll thank you the team, entire team of MPS who has done a tremendous job for the last 2 months. And it was a timely clinical trial summit, workshop, whatever you can say. There are so many workshops happens, that during COVID it was a virtual, later on it was so and on, that a lot of GCP workshops, it happens time to time. But it is, I can say it's a different one that has been in sector, because that one clinical trial handbook has been published. And I thank you, thank to DCGI. Because I had a conversation with him also before this thing, once we started preparations was going to, and he has just all of a sudden he has some other engagement, that's why he couldn't join. Otherwise he has given us a message, and I think this will be approved after some time so that we can publish that message to in our book. And the presentations I am giving you, it's a short presentations. So roles and responsibilities of site management organizations. Site management organizations, the term SMO, I think a lot of people doesn't aware also that who are into the clinical trials. We know the other stakeholders like sponsor, CRO, contract research organizations, and investigator, everyone. But the SMO has a good role. SMO, if you see that it is on behalf of the site and investigator team, though they are from the site and investigator team, still they are working as a catalyst in the that clinical trial. So I'll start my presentations with the slides. So yeah. So it is, that if I define the SMO already, I have told you that clinical research, they are doing a bridge in between the contract research organizations or sponsor. Sponsor, you can say the pharmaceutical company. Biotechnology, it might be the medical device company. And the work is coming, like the project is coming from them, and we are contacting the SMO. The SMO people should contact the CRO, and also the coordination. There should be a good coordination in between the pharma company and CRO and the site team. This is a that chain, stakeholder chain. So if it is this ecosystem goes on, so automatically the clinical trial goes smooth. So SMO's main services, if we say the bullet points, so handling the startup activities. The startup activities, you mean that the signing the CDAs, feasibilities, everything. These are startup activities. Do the SMO on behalf of everything. SMO does on behalf of the site or investigator. So that there are some government hospitals and private hospitals. If it is a private hospital, there might be some team, the clinical research team are there. But in government hospitals, there are a lot of challenges to the investigators. They see that another day I had a word with one investigator. He is saying this that I have 400 to 500 patients per day in a OPD, in the morning OPD. So our first research is to taking care of those patients first. Then secondly, the research. So I understand, and we also understand that investigator is busy, but still the research is mandatory, because if we don't do the research, so the future development of the drugs and vaccines will not come, and no development will come. And even if the investigators are interested, still that sometimes they don't have time, and these are the area the SMO should take a great part. They should have take a great role for the startup activities and get the projects. And next, to regulatory compliance activities. If we say the regulatory compliance activities, so it would be the ethics committee and the ethics submissions, everything to expedite the matter. If one sponsor wants to work, like that any project to be conducted during the 2 months, 3 months timeline, and sometimes the ethics committee, as per the SOP, they are saying that 3 months interval the ethics committee will happen. So we lose the chances, though the patient pool is there, still the sponsor will lose the chances to get the study done at that particular site. So these are the area that the SMO can contact with the ethics committee, and they can request and they can expedite the process of taking the dossier from the sponsor of CRO and submitting in a timely manner, in systematic manner. These are the areas the SMO should work. And if we say the next part, the patient recruitment and follow-up. The patient recruitment and follow-up is that main part of the clinical trial, because that the patient recruitment should be done, otherwise okay, I request to mute all, because hello, Shreyasi, if you can mute all the participants, because I think some disturbance is coming on.
You can continue, sir.
Yeah. So secondly, if you say the patient recruitment follow-up, what I was telling, the patient recruitment is a great important part of the clinical trial. The subject recruitment, that is mandatory, because there is a timeline, competitive recruitment is there. So in that timeline, the patient should be recognized, and as per the inclusion and exclusion criteria, we should ask the investigator that these are the patients that we have lined up, please see these, and all these things. The SMO team, the clinical investigator, like that the clinical research coordinator and their phlebotomist, everyone should be active during this follow-up and patient recruitment time. And if we say the study documentation preparation, which is very much important, because as per the GCP and ICH rule, the study documentation preparations should be done, and also that helping the CROs and sponsor for the smooth monitoring. Once they will monitor, whether it will be irrespective of the remote monitoring or on-site monitoring, all the documents should be ready. So the SMO team should do this work properly, and all the documents should be kept in that in the almiras, and whatever document, lock and keys, everything should be done by the SMO team. And reporting of the adverse event, AE or AC, that should be done as per the reporting rules. And next is data collection and data entry in EDC system, which is an important part, because that once they will monitor, they will check these things properly, so that if the site team doesn't do this properly, so they cannot do, or they cannot go ahead. So next part is not, it is the archival of the study documents. It is mandatory because once the study is being closed out, so SMO team should do if the archival facility of the site, government site, is not up to the mark, they should tie up with any other, they should do a MOU with any other state-of-the-art third-party archival and do the agreement with that particular archival facility and send their documents properly and hand over the documents to the archival, and they need to make sure that if any further audit or any monitor will come to that particular site within the 15 or 25 years, anytime they should they should ensure that documents should come to the site and properly mannered for the monitoring and audit. So these are the basic things that the services the SMO should do. And SMO should take vital role by attracting pharmaceutical companies to outsource trials in India. You know that you have already gone through that, and also there are some reports for the PwC reports that India is going to be a hub of clinical trial. So a lot of trials are coming because you know that some other countries also are interested to outsource the trial to India, and the patient pool is the key point here in India. So the SMO should take a vital role here because SMO can experience each and every activities which I have mentioned in the above 7 points. So they should take a role on this, and quality driven and regulatory compliant solutions they should do in a timely manner and as per the requirement of the sponsor or CR. With a managed network of research site, SMO must ensure successful trials in government and private hospitals. Next, if we see the, as we have said, what are the roles and responsibilities of SMO, but side by side, there are some pros and cons of the SMO working at the site. SMO, as I said, that SMO attracts the sponsor or CROs to the new studies because CROs or sponsors are comfortable that if they devote the work to the SMO team rather than to the site team, because in fact in the government hospital there are no site team. 1, 2 research coordinators there, but there is no systematic. Most of the government side, I will not say that all the government side, 10% of the government sites does have the site like PGI Chandigarh or Jibmar, AIMS, if we say they have the good team. But if we calculate the let's see the other parts of the government hospital across India, so there are lack of research teams. So SMO should take care of these things, and they should devote, they should deploy the good employees, like they should hire the employees who are professional and qualified employee and skilled labor. They should hire and do this work. And if we see the centralized administration is managed by the SMO always, and SMO does contract negotiations on behalf of the sites. Because there are some budget issues, the budget should be there, and that SMO contracts, negotiate the contracts and budget with the sponsor or CRO on behalf of the site. Responsibilities for entire subject equipment activities, which is one of the important keys to success of any clinical trials. So SMO maintains a centralized database of potential subjects of ongoing and upcoming studies, and SMO manage and follow up sponsor payments. For example, some payments are coming phase by phase because they should raise the invoice and they should help the site to getting the invoices raised and the payment is done in a timely manner. Because for the research, that we need the payment in timely manner, because the investigators should get the payment, site staff should get the payment, and the other logistics and one research, there are so many things that the payments are connected, because if we don't the payment in a timely manner, so research will not go on. And next point is support in project specific training. Always the SMO, like that each and every SMO should do a project training like this.
Excuse me, sir, please see your time. You can please see the time is running short, so we.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry extremely, but I not elaborate.
No, it's okay. Please, sir, please.
Yeah, and if you say just the support in project specific training that is necessary, and also if we say that staffing, hiring, training the people, and good phlebotomy study nurses they should hire. And SMO conducts the internal QA and QC activities at the site level. Though the sponsor and CRO has the QA QC level, but SMO should hire the internal QA and QC always. These are the pros, if we say. And on the opposite side, if we consider the cons, so it will be, that the some fly-by-nights SMOs are coming. One man, two man staff, SMO driven by SMO are coming, they are running, they are coming and doing some work, and they are going by. So this should not be the fact, because the SMO should have a registered office in some locations particular, and they should have certifications, and the organization should have at least any ISO or any certification they should have. And SMO must guide the first time investigators to maintain protocol adherence and ICH GCP standards, because that there are so many investigators who are working for the first time. So SMO should guide those investigators specifically, that so that they can adhere the ICH and GCP standard. And SMO involvement leads to high quality data for sponsor and CROs. Quality is the paramount, and majority of data accepted by regulatory authorities come from SMO involved sites, ensuring credibility. If we see the data, and if we check from that we have seen that most of the data, quality data, came from the sites which are driven by the SMO. Next, SMO should make clinical trials more efficient by hiring experienced and trained coordinators, as I already told, and exploring new sites and get them prepared up to the mark. New sites means that who doesn't have the ethics committee, and who doesn't have the, which site doesn't have the infrastructure, proper infrastructure. And SMO should prepare the infrastructure of the site state of the art by looking after all the deficient areas and getting the site tied up with the nearby local lab with the site, and getting the requirements required to the city. All the calibrations should be done, and getting all the documents and equipments under lock and key, maintaining HIPAA and confidentiality as per the GCP and NDCT rules. Always the CROs and sponsors should do some checklist before selecting an SMO. Their capabilities and experience as a site management organization, and check the inspection of the organization, registered office or background and standardized certifications like ISO or anyone, and past study record. Past study record, they should check the number of subjects recruited with the quality deliver or audit outcomes. What are the outcomes in the DCGI or FDA audit or European audit, whatever the past records they should check before selecting a SMO. The growing interest in SMO utilization has been driven by sustained trends in clinical trial complexity and cost, and it suggests that SMO space could see robust growth in the coming years. The growth of SMOs will have implications across the clinical trial ecosystem, impacting the ways in which the SMOs expand their reach, creating a shift in balance of power between the sponsor and trial sites. This is the ecosystem I have already told you, that the ecosystem should be maintained, and these will create an opportunity of the clinical trials. If we say that NDCT 2019, that the one amendment, and that changes are going to happen, and it is in the draft stage right now, not finalized, I think. So that the CRO registration is mandatory right now, but it is not applicable to SMO, I think, but it is not finalized. Might be that if it is limited to these services, the SMOs may not need the registration, as they are treated as a vendors contracted by the CROs. They are working from the site end. They are working on behalf of the site or investigator. That's why might not be required. But if it is required, then also it is fine that SMO should do some registrations. I think if it is applicable and if it is applicable, so it will be good for the industry also. So it is a welcome initiative with balance to avoid the. And if you say the global SMO market, that USD 5572 million in 2021, it is expected.
Pardon, sir, please try to make it fast, sir, because we have.
Sorry, this is the last slide. 6.1% CAGR, that is compound annual growth rate. That is 6.1% in 2022-23 is expected to come, and due to increased R&D investment by pharma companies and demand for COVID-related trials. So it is a good growth that the lot of SMOs had scope to work in the organizations. And India's attractiveness for clinical trials is fueled by regulatory ease, cost advantage, large patient pool, and top-tier clinical institutions. Growing demand for site management services boost the SMO market. Key strategies include SMO CRO sponsor partnership for enhanced site identification, feasibility, and monitoring services. Thank you. If you have any
Thank
questions,
you.
you can write in the messages. So we'll keep.
Thank you, sir, for your nice elaborative talk. But it was more than the time anyhow. We have to, any questions we can take up in the.
Thank you so much,
Shiva,
sir.
please.
I would like to thank you, sir, for all the support you have extended. I can tell you that you also owe a very important, like you have contributed significantly for this program. Because of your encouragement only, we are able to see such a wonderful program going on. And especially, I would like to thank you for taking our program to the BCGI and explaining them continuously, get their attention. It's really tremendous. I appreciate you so much for all the cooperation and support what you extended, and we will definitely collaborate again and again to come up with more programs. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
sir.
thank you, Dr. Shiva. Just one note I'll give you. I'll not take some time. So
Yes.
also I am thanking from my director, Dr. Swati and Dr. Both of them. So they have supported us a lot for giving
Yes, sir.
sponsorship, and looking for the more and more collaborations with such programs in the future.
Yes, sir. I would like to thank again Swati madam also, and she is also signatory to our certificate. And hearty thanks from our side. Looking forward for more association. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Snendu, sir. I agree. I totally go with Dr. Shiva. Thanks for sponsoring and all the responsibilities you have shared with us. Thank you so much, sir. The next speaker of today is Dr. Meeta A. Burande. She's MBBS, MD, C-Diab, PG Diabetology, F Diabetology, and professor at D.Y. Patil Medical College, Kolhapur. She is also a consulting diabetologist at Surya Hospital, Kolhapur. Madam is a researcher, academician, teacher, consultant, and administrator with special interest in diabetes and diabetic foot. She has done 15 and more publications in national and international journals and many presentations in national international conferences, as well as guided the students for ICMR research projects. She is always looking forward to explore and collaborate for the gain of knowledge and well-being of society. Ma'am, I request you, and please, you can start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. So now I will start. Please start my video also. I am sharing the screen.
One more request, ma'am. Please try to stick to the time because we are.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Should I take it 20 minutes or less than 20 minutes?
No, ma'am. No. You can take the time allotted. You can take 20 minutes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
please put your video in on mode. Ma'am.
The video has to be started from the host.
No, you can.
No,
you
I had tried, but
Madam, can you make it full screen, madam?
yeah. See, I am getting the message. You can start your video because the host has stopped it.
That's okay, madam. I think you can start with the presentation, madam.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you so much, madam.
Okay.
Maybe I can request Rituparna, means Shreyashi. Are you there? Hello?
Yes, now it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, madam. Thank you. Fine. You can start, madam.
Okay. So today my topic is about the informed consent. So informed consent is a decision taken freely to take part in a research after being duly informed of its nature, significance, implications, and risk by any person capable of giving consent, or where the person is not capable of giving consent by his or her legally acceptable representative. In the short, we say LAR, which must be written, signed, dated, and appropriately documented. If the concerned person is unable to write, oral or other way of consent may be given in the presence of at least one witness as per national guidelines. So what are the requisites of the informed consent? One, he should be capable of that. Either he or his legally accepted representative. It should be voluntarily obtained. Privacy and confidentiality should be maintained. And the informed consent is mandatory in any research which is involving patients, children, vulnerable patients, healthy volunteers, immigrants. So in short, all research involving human, you need informed consent. All research which uses or collects the human genetic material, biological samples, or the personal data, there are some conditions where the informed consent may be waived off. So the condition, they are less than minimal risk to the participant, where the waiver will not adversely affect the rights and welfare of the participant, as well as maintain the privacy and confidentiality. For example, in retrospective studies, when you cannot contact the person, already the data is there. Anonymized biological sample, leftover sample, but it has a special requisite that we will discuss. Like during the informed consent, it has to be mentioned that it is used for the all public health studies, surveillance evaluation studies in which the data is already available in the public domain, or in humanitarian emergencies and disasters, in which again on the basis of the emergencies and the national importance, you may waive off the consent. There is something that is known as the deferred or the delayed consent, in which if there is an emergency, for example, neonatal resuscitation, life-saving emergency, and you have done the procedure, but you have to take the consent as soon as possible. So if you are taking the consent after the intervention, then it is known as the delayed consent, but has to be taken as soon as possible. Whatever is the reason, whether you are taking the consent or you are waived of the consent, all research protocols has to be submitted to the ethical committee, and ethical committee has to decide whether the informed consent has to be taken or it has to be waived off. There is reconsent or the fresh consent. Consent is the continuous process. So it has to be taken before the start of the study, before the patient is enrolled or participant is enrolled in the protocol study. But if the study is long lasting or there are some conditions where you have to take the again consent, either reinforcing it or you are taking the next fresh consent. For example, if the study has some new information and it is changing the risk benefit ratio at the time of study, or at the initiation of the study, participant was not competent and later on he become competent, for example, regain of the consciousness, regain of the insight, or the mental improvement, or during the study minor is changed to the adult, or his LAR is changed. Long-term follow-up extension, usually we have to take the consent annually if the study is lasting more than 1 year. Any change in the research protocol, if you are presenting the data and you are camouflaging the photograph of the person where there is a risk of identification of the person, additional reconsent by the spouse if it is needed as per the study, or if we are using the biological samples which are not anonymized, you can identify whose sample it is, then again you have to take the fresh consent from the person to use it in the study. Now, what are the take the study like by the physician or any individual with the appropriate scientific training and the qualification. There are different consent for the different group and separate consent for the each separate intervention. Use the consent which has to be used is the EC approved and it is the part of the protocol. There is no restriction to the participants' right to ask questions or take time. Sometimes you have to do the test of understanding whether the person or the participant has understood the study well, especially for the sensitive studies. Consent has to be bilingual or trilingual with back-to-back translated and printed, and it has to be back-to-back. So the participant can use any of the language, written and signed. If it is not written, and oral, then it has to be signed with the literate witness, researcher or staff, and one copy has to be given to the participant. If you are taking community agreement or the community consent, it doesn't mean that there is no need to take informed consent from the participant. There is the agreement or the community consent, but informed consent has to be taken from the participant individually. Sometimes the study involves the test or the information which can change the participant's view or the view towards the disorder. And that time you have to do the pre and post test counseling relevant to those tests. Now, what are the part of the consents? There are two main parts. One is the information sheet and second is the certification. In the information sheet, some are the essential component and some are the additional component. So essential components of the information sheet are, the sheet should mention that it is research, methodology, including purpose, methods, identification of the experimental product should be in the simple language. There should be the benefits and outcome in detail, in which the participant should know what is the importance of this study to him or the community, any risk which may occur, discomfort or inconvenience to the person, the ways by which you are going to take care of the confidentiality of the person, for example, encryption, coding, and what may happen if at all there is a breach in the confidentiality has to be explained in the consent. Then there should be a statement regarding payment, reimbursement, incidental expenses, free treatment, or the compensation, in case of which may be in the form of convenience allowance or the daily allowance, and if any adverse effect occurs, then the free treatment or the compensation for the treatment should be there. It should mention the freedom to participate with or without penalty or the loss of benefits. They should know that they may participate or they may not participate, but if they are not participating, it doesn't mean that they would not be treated well. As well as you should give the identity of the research team, like who is the principal investigator, who is the local coordinator, what the ethical committee, in which institute it has been approved, and on which sequence, which query they can call to whom. So all these details along with the contact numbers has to be provided in the information sheet. Some additional components of the information sheet may be like any alternative available to the procedure or the course of treatment, provision for the pre-test and post-test counseling, insurance coverage if any there, and the future use of the biological material in phase, for how much time you are going to store the blood or the sample, with whom you are going to share, and they can still there is the option that they can choose this choose to participate in the study, but they can deny that any other use of the sample should be there or it should be shared for further any other study. So all these options has to be clear to the participant, including post-research plan, like how you are going to share the benefits, whether publication would be there, whether it is for the academic purpose or whether you are going for the commercialization, has to be explained. The next part of the consent is the certificate of consent. So in certificate, it is in the his participant's own language, in which they say, like, I have read the information, it has been understood by him, it has been given to ask for the consent, and they are consenting voluntarily, and it has to be in the presence of one witness. Each prospective participant or impartial literate witness has to be there to thumb or to sign the informed consent. So there are the three signs. One is of the participant, one is the witness, and one is from the research team in the consent. Now there are few special conditions where the consent, how it has to be proceeded. So if you see, like, informed consent in the children are unable to sign. They are, but they should be given opportunity to have their permission, to concern their clarification. And the parent or the LAR permission for the child participation is termed as consent, but the child's agreement to the participation is the essence. So there are the two forms, two documents. One is the consent from the LAR or the parent, and one is the assent from the children in case of pediatric studies. These two are separate. They are not on the same page. So consent is different and assent is different. So now let's see how the consent is there, assent is there. So child assent depends on the child's developmental level, capability of understanding, culture and social factors, previous experience of any chronic diseases. So when you are going for the assent, then you inform with the more practical aspect of the research rather than going with the abstract concept. And especially the practical concepts are like how it is going to affect the children, child home, school, social activities. And you have to take the assent, like there are some guidelines. For example, if the child is less than 7 years, then you are informing the child with the help of pictures and the practical information. And consent is taken from the parent. If the child is between 7 to 11 years, then oral assent in the easy language is taken, but it is in the presence of parent, and that assent has to be countersigned by the LAR. If the child is 12 to 18 years, then you have to take a written informed assent for the new participant, as well as if the child turns 12 during the course of study. Above 18 years, you have to take informed consent from the new participation, as well as if the child turns over 18 years during the course of study. You have to respect the child refusal, and there should not be any pressure from the parents as well as yourself. And they should be explained that even if you are giving the assent now, later also you can refuse to take participation in the study. Waiver of assent are there, like all the conditions where the adult consent is waived off. Usually the it is waived in the children also, but there are two specifically condition related to the child pediatric age group. One is if you feel that the research is going to affect and benefit the child, and it is only possible with the research, that time you may waive the assent, but informed consent from the parent is must have. Or if the child is with the mental retardation or any other developmental disabilities in which he cannot understand, that time also you can waive up the assent. What are the essential content of the assent? First, most important is it should be simple and age appropriate, as we discussed in the previous slide. We have to explain what is study about and how it might help to child, what will happen and when, what discomfort may have been and what is done to minimize it, who will answer the child's question during the study, and most important, that option to say no is there. Now the parent consent, it is, the question is whether the single parent or the both parent. So one parent may be sufficient if the study is low risk, but if it is high risk, then both parents has to give the consent. It should include information apart from the routine IC about growth, development, psychological well-being, and school attendance of the child. Cognitively impaired and the mentally retarded children and their parents, they are making the vulnerable population, because one is the studies itself is the pediatric age group is the vulnerable, and if you have the additional feature, then parents are also becoming vulnerable to the study. So you have to explain the study very carefully, otherwise there may be a misunderstanding of misusing them for the experimental purposes. Waiver of the parent may be there only if you feel that the parents are not giving the proper attention to the child, like example in the sensitive issue of the neglect and the abuse of the child, where the parent consent, they may not give the consent, and that time to safeguard the child, the EC can say, okay, you may go ahead, and this is not needed for the patient child benefit. Now the next is the informed consent, how it is taken in the adults of the vulnerable group. So the Tagline is the interest of the patient always prevail over those of the science and the society. So these age group or this group should be excluded as much as possible. Consent may be taken from the LAR if it represents the subject's will. Person or the patient has been informed maximally possible in her capacity, or they are they have been explained with the appropriate measures, maximum measures, like if someone is visually impaired, then you are using the braille, hearing aids, like that. Research is essential to validate the data, or the life-threatening or the debilitating condition in which the person is suffering. It is beneficial to the patient and outweighing the risk. Disadvantaged individuals or the terminally ill patient in which the LAR may are giving the consent. Now, consent in some specifically population. For example, there are few terms. One is the community representative. Community representative is trained by the scientific team. It is trained by the research team. And that representative is present all the time when you are taking the informed consent from the participants. So community representative is witnessing and verifying the oral approval by the trained and independent community representative after explaining to the participant till it is well understood. Then gatekeeper. Gatekeeper is the head or leader of the group of culturally appropriate authority, and you are taking the permission on the behalf of the group from him. Community consent may be required if you are working in some specific community with their current belief, and that time you may take the permission from the community representing committee, for example, village panchayat or something like that. Then the consent in the deception studies. Deception studies like psychology, behavioral sciences, it required, and the consent is difficult to obtain at the initiation. So in that case,
Excuse me, ma'am, please try to wrap up your chat.
Yes, sir.
Please try to wrap up your chat. Your slide. Please try to wrap up.
Yeah, I am trying to wrap up. Still, I have 1 minute and 30 seconds. In the 20 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. That's just okay, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So true informed consent may cause modification and defeat the purpose of research. So in this, it is taken in the 2 steps. Initial consent about the nature and scientific aim. And later on, as soon as the study is over, you can take the detailed information and explanation of the deception. Approval from is again needed before that, and try to minimize the pain and trauma as much as possible. If you're taking the consent in the multi-centric research, then there is something that is known as a joint consent, which is the minimum consent, and addition would be as per the local circumstances. So in this consent, it should be mentioned that it is a multi-standard study. Original consent may be in the researcher's language, and local language may be for the local site. There it should be uniform, and there may be MOU between the different centers and the main center. Then if you are taking the consent which is involving the imaging procedure, you have to clear about the dose and the detail, like type of exposure, contrast fluid, as well as in the consent you have to take the pre-existing medical conditions. In genetic research, you have to take secondary informed consent procedure from the other family members, because you are making the family chart. In the COVID, it was the emergency, so consent was being taken because again the emergency was there, disaster was there, and the patient was vulnerable because of the stigma. So in this, the electronic consent was taken, and online consent also has been made during that COVID. Artificial intelligence research are taken in which the again consent is taken, and it is mentioned that artificial intelligence as well as the alternatives for the human use, and they should not take the judgment on the behalf of the participant. This is explained. After consent, take a copy and give it to the patient. Then there are some legal battles regarding the consent. If you can see, like in the one case, the person was operated for the appendicitis. Later on, gallbladder is removed. Doctor was held responsible. Samira Kohli case, in which the patient has been taken for the laparoscopy and the hysterectomy was done because of the grade 4 endometriosis, in which again the doctor was responsible. And in the Satish Chandra Shukla case, the patient has been done vasectomy, but as he has hidden the information, then the case was won by the doctor. So this is to conclude that consent is the continuous process and it involves relevant information, competence of the participant, and voluntariness of the participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. I would like to, mention here that, like you are always supporting MPS programs and really thank you. And I think you are the one of the few first people to, respond and agree for, giving the talk in this conference. Thank you so much and continue to be with us. And, you are the member of our MPS society. And looking forward for more programs with you and organizing more programs. Thank you so much. And I have one question for you, madam. Actually, do we have any principles or guiding document to convert informed consent in simple language? For example, patient may not understand scientific language, and we need to convert scientific jargon into simple terms. So there is a question from Vivek. So can you please answer this?
The guidelines, like in the simple language, what we have to use, like for example, you are not using dyspnea, what you are supposed to use the breathlessness. So this is like you have to explain in which the patient can understand.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, Dr. Sanjeev, you can take over.
So now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Project J. Bardey, sir. He's MBBS MD from the renowned KGMC College and KEM College, sorry, Mumbai. He's Medical Director, MedIndite Communications Private Limited, Pune. His career snapshot, he has 16 plus years of clinical research and development experience in biotech and pharmaceutical companies. He's a qualified pharmaceutical physician with demonstrated excellence in clinical research and having sound clinical knowledge to deliver better research outcome. He is dexterous in clinical translation and early clinical development of new chemical entities and new biological entities. He has good experience in conducting clinical trials in developed emerging markets at different stages of development, as said, a stellar role in the due diligence team for out-licensing opportunities. His career highlights his oncology-focused experience of 8+ years, working with most of the top cancer institutes centers in the USA, Europe, and Australia. He has conceived the clinical development plans and driving clinical development programs for oncology, molecules, and vaccines. He has direct interaction with regulatory authorities such as US FDA, TGA, Australia, DCJ at different stages of clinical development. So I request you and welcome you, sir, for your informative talk.
Thank you so much. Let me just upload my presentation. Everyone can see this one?
Yes, sir. It is full window. It's nice. You can go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so in today's discussion or today's presentation, I'm talking about the responsibility and challenges of sponsor in clinical trials. So we often heard a word sponsor. So who is a sponsor? So sponsor is an individual, company, or institution, or an organization which takes responsibility for initiation, management, and financing of the clinical trial. And it is an essential entity for the viability of the study. Now, we know that in a GCP, everybody is responsible for the conduct of the study in accordance with the protocol, GCP, and applicable regulatory requirement. Similarly, the responsibility is also to protect the study participants and the reliability of the trial result. So essentially, sponsor is also responsible for these activities along with the other stakeholders in the GCP. But essentially, when it comes to the true sponsor's responsibility, or I would like to say the ground level sponsor responsibilities. So these are some of the responsibilities which highlighted here. So essentially that always starts with the conceptualization and the planning of the study. Subsequently, financial support and oversight, development of the study documents, site and investigator selection, notification and approval of the proposal from the competent regulatory authorities, site initiation, of course, and then safety reporting, compensation, and we are going to discuss all those points subsequent slide. But essentially, these are some of the things that the sponsor is responsible. But essentially, we need to understand one more thing. So I have just highlighted the entire list here, and sponsor is liable or responsible to conduct all those things. And definitely, sponsor can delegate this responsibility to or study related duty or responsibility to other individual or organization. When it comes to organization, of course, CRO. However, by the guidance, the sponsor remains responsible for the activities, right? So he can actually deliver these activities to any other person or institution, but ultimately he remains responsible, and therefore he has to maintain the oversight in each and every step during the execution of the study. So I have just given here the entire list, and in a subsequent slide, we are going to discuss some of the key sponsors' responsibilities. Okay, so let's start with the finance and financial support and oversight. So why this is important? So and why financial support and oversight is the key responsibility of the sponsor. So as you are aware, most of the clinical studies are time consuming and costly. And definitely significant expenditure in terms of infrastructure, in terms of cost that is required. So definitely there should be somebody to take care of that. And as I also mentioned that the sponsor is responsible for the conceptualization of the study design, and ultimately sponsor is the owner of the data or the whatever the outcome that is generated from the study. The sponsor is ultimately remains owner for this thing. So definitely sponsor has to bear the or has to take a responsibility of the financial support and oversight, and he has to provide the necessary funding, infrastructure, oversight, and ensure that the studies are conducted safely and ethically. So he has to do all those things. Now, while doing this thing, it is important that the sponsor has to ensure that all finances are in place before the start of the study, because the statistics clearly shows that if there is insufficient funding or insufficient financial support is given, then study may get terminated, and statistics clearly indicates that 22% of the phase 3 studies are stopped just because of the lack of funding. So this is a very critical important component, and once the sponsor conceptualize the study design or conceptualize the study, and once he decide to initiate or decide to take start the study, this is the first thing that he need to ensure to begin with. Moving to the next important responsibility of the sponsor. So as I mentioned, the sponsor is responsible for the conceptualizing the protocol. So essentially he has a concept, so he need to understand that how that concept get translated in terms of a true data generation or the valid data generation, which can be subsequently submitted to the regulatory authorities, or the data can be utilized in the planning of the subsequent studies. So essentially that's the reason he has to develop or he has to design a study to generate a meaningful data, and while doing so he has to ensure that the data which is generated, that is the study which is planned is study plan appropriately, the design is appropriately or study design is appropriately ensured, and then it and subsequently get ethically approved. He has to also ensure that whatever the hypothesis which he is building on, it is supported by the preclinical or clinical data, And that's the reason in most of the clinical development, for example, once they start looking at a phase 2 study, whatever the data which is there from the phase 1 study, that needs to be, he has to build a story on that, right? So similar in case of the phase 3 study, if he is planning a phase 3 study, a large phase 3 study, then the signal seeking studies or a proof of concept phase 2 studies, he has to look at, and based on that, he has to build the phase 3 studies. And then he has to also ensure some of the key elements of the protocol or study, and that includes the mainly the study design, then the right patient population, then the right study procedures, some of the biomarkers which may help in terms of generating the right data. So he has to look at those biomarkers as well, and then he has to also ensure that the study is adequately powered, right? For example, if he is designing a phase 3 studies which are mostly a registration based studies, so he has to ensure that those study design are adequately powered in order to understand, in order to ensure that once the data hello. Sorry, looks like there is some disturbances. Okay. So essentially, he has to design a studies taking into consideration all these aspects, right? Otherwise, if something goes wrong, then probably the kind of data which he is looking for, that may not get generated, or that data may not be that data may not be generated over a period of time, or that data may not be support the subsequent phase of the study. Let me just give some of the example. For example, if for phase 1 studies, while some of the attention needs to be given in terms of selection of the doses, right? If the doses are or the selected dose or the first in human study dose, if it is too high, then probably there may be a safety concern. Similarly, if the dose is too low, right, which is typically based on the animal studies. So if the dose is too low, then unnecessarily the patients may get exposed to inefficient dose, or we can say ineffective dose, right? So these are some of the things that he need to look at while planning the phase 1 study. Similarly, when it comes to phase 2 study, he has to ensure that and mostly, you know, that the phase 2 studies are proof of concept studies, and then subsequently phase 2b studies are dose ranging studies, right? So essentially, it is important to understand that which biomarkers which can truly and effectively gives a real efficacy, or the efficacy parameter, or efficacy of the drug, right? So essentially, those are some of the things that he needs to look at. At the same time, he has to also understand that the sample size which is taken, and mostly the proof of concept studies are conducted in a small number of patient population. So probably it may happen that the sample size which the sponsor has taken is too small, so that the result which may be a positive, that may be a false positive kind of thing, right? So here the false positive, because of the false positive component, in a subsequent development or a subsequent planning for the phase 3 study, he may not really rely on a phase 2 study, right? So these are some of the things that he need to look at. At the same, so similarly, when it comes to phase 3 studies, then he has to again ensure that the phase 3 studies are adequately powered. Essentially, the data which is generated in the phase 2 studies, that can appropriately translated and appropriately captured in a form of specific endpoints in a phase 3 studies, right? So those are some of the things definitely he need to ensure. And that's how this is one of the key responsibilities of the sponsor, right? So most of the time, definitely sponsor faces a challenge here, right? Because the designing a studies, it become a really challenging when it comes to new chemical entities, or when there is a very less data available. And at that time, it becomes very difficult. For example, in terms of phase 2 study, it becomes difficult which parameters to consider, so that they can adequately capture the efficacy of the drug. So in such cases, it becomes difficult. In such cases, they need to discuss those things with a concern KOL or subject matter expert in this case, right? And then they have to look at some of the data which may be available. So, for example, if they are planning for a phase 1 studies, then they have to look at what kind of what kind of a tox data which is available. Then they need to discuss all those things with the statisticians, PKPD experts, right? So essentially, based on the feedback that they may receive from the multiple stakeholders, they can plan a study, right? So essentially, they have to take a consultations from consultations or opinions of the various stakeholders, and based on their feedback, they have to design the study. So that's how actually they mitigate mitigate the risk here. And same thing for the other phases of the study. Okay, now moving to the other responsibilities. So the other key responsibilities, that is the investigator and site selection. So once the sponsor conceptualize the study design, then he raise the funding. Then the next step, and then once he generate the study documents, then the next key important things comes is the investigator and site selection. And why this is so much important? Investigator or site selection is important because, as you are aware, the most of the data that is generated is actually generated at the investigator's level, right? So since the data is generated at the investigator's level, it is important that data is really generated in a way that is mentioned in the protocol. At the same time, there is the data should be credible and valuable, right? So and of course it is free from the frauds and other things. So it is important that the investigator selection, investigator and site selection has to happen appropriately to begin with, and that's the reason sponsor and this is one of the key responsibility of the sponsor, and he has to ensure that the investigator not only qualified but quite experienced with respect to training, and also he has the experience in terms of conducting clinical studies, right? And then he has appropriately staff in order to conduct in order to support that clinical research, or he has the resources in terms of conduct the studies, right? So those are some of the things that he need to ensure, and this is one of the key responsibility. Most of probably you may be aware about the multiple things that happens on the investigator sites with respect to data generation and all those things, and just again the statistics clearly shows that more than 90% of the clinical trials fails due to poor choices that poor choices of the investigators, leading to because of the poor patient accrual or the data which is generated that is not in a right way. Similarly, the use of the untrained or non-experienced clinical investigator selection, that is also responsible for the trial failure, and sometimes more improper region selection or improper region preference that also land up in a trial failure, because we may not get the adequate or appropriate patients in this case. So these are some of the things that those are associated with the improper investigator or site selection, and that's the reason this is another key responsibility of the sponsor. And therefore they always look at, or they'll always do some sort of feasibility before initiating the study, right? So they send based on the study synopsis, they actually formulate the questions, and then they undertake some sort of feasibility in order to understand the experience of the investigator, in order to understand whether the investigator is really capable of doing this study, if he has any competing studies which may hamper the recruitment. So those are the factors that he tried to understand. At the same time, he also tried to understand that there is adequate infrastructure in terms of doing some sort of if there are specific assessment which are typically built in the protocol, right? So for example, in a cancer studies, if there is a radiological assessment that is built up, right? So then it is important to understand that the site has a facility of doing a CT scan and all those things, right? So these are some of the, that's how they do the feasibility and try to understand that the selected investigator is appropriate and he may do a justice to the study. The other important responsibility of the sponsor is the oversight. So essentially, as I mentioned in the previous slide, that there are multiple responsibilities of the sponsor, but at the end of the day, the sponsor is responsible for all activities, right? That may be even the patient accrual or patient, that may be something happens even at the investigator side, the sponsor is ultimately responsible. So essentially, he has to ensure a process or he has to ensure that there is a mechanism in place in order to ensure that he has the correct oversight on the oversight in terms of monitoring the study. So essentially, he has to put certain mechanisms in place. Say, for example, and you must be aware about the clinical monitoring, right? So essentially, he has to have a clinical monitors in place so that they can go to the studies, review the data, understand that what are the complexities, challenges the investigator is facing, or how they are actually conducting a study in reality, right? So those kind of a thing the clinical monitors usually look at once they visit the study. Similarly, they also try to understand that whether the study is conducted in line with the protocol and all the assessments are being done as per the scheduled time point, which is mentioned in the protocol, and other regulatory or ethical requirements are really made by the investigators, right? So those are some of the things definitely monitor try to look at when he visit the site. And while doing so, he gave a detailed report to the sponsor. So basically, when I say sponsor, it's a team of the people, team which is sitting at a sponsors, and they coordinate all these activities, right? So based on the report from the clinical monitors, they either take action or talk to the investigator, try to understand the challenges that investigator may be facing. If there are some of the nuances that happens at the investigator sides, then they actually caution, they do caution or they send a cautionary statement. They caution the investigator, and also they and then they take some of the actions if those things are not really modifiable, or if the investigator is not really doing the things as per the protocol, right? Despite the repeated follow-up by the sponsor, right? So those are some of the things usually happens in a clinical trial setting. So essentially, the point I'm putting here is that the entire oversight, even at the investigator's side, is the responsibility of the sponsor. And this is something the sponsor do through clinical monitoring. The other important component is the medical monitoring, right? So the medical monitoring comes into picture when the sponsor faces some of the issues with respect to the patient safety. And also if there are any issues with respect to the protocol or in terms of execution of the study, which is mainly medical oriented, right? So then the investigator would like to discuss those things with the medical monitor and understand how they can navigate through that, right? So essentially, sponsor has to also ensure the mechanism that the medical monitoring in place. The other important point which medical monitor for which medical monitoring is required is the continuous assessment of the safety, and this is something that we are going to discuss in the next slide. But I'm just touching base here this particular thing. So this is also the key responsibility, and for that the sponsor has to put a mechanism in place, right? And then the third one is the auditing. So auditing, and everybody is aware about that. So some of the third-party auditing or something that in a sponsor can initiate, and also or the sponsor can directly audit the site, right? So these are some of the things the sponsors can do in order to ensure that there is an adequate oversight and the things are happening as per the protocol or as per the regulatory and the ethical guidelines, right? So essentially, there are certain challenges that a sponsor may face while doing this thing. So, and typical example, I'm going back to the COVID era, just trying to explain what challenges the sponsor has faced during that period, right? So as I mentioned, for a clinical monitoring, the sponsor has to send a monitor to monitor the sites and understand the ground realities at the study site. So during the COVID period, the monitors couldn't actually visit to the study sites, and then there is a because of the multiple restrictions were there. So essentially during that time, the one of the challenge, the mitigation strategies that the sponsors adopted is the central monitoring or risk-based monitoring. Those are some of the things that they look at. Similarly, they also modified the protocol and essentially so essentially even the regulators supported this particular initiative that to modify the protocol and do some of the process which may be directly patient centric. For example, telephonic contact instead of visiting the patients to the study site. Also, they also encourage doing the central monitoring or risk-based monitoring kind of thing, right? Or remote monitoring for that matter. So those are some of the strategies that the sponsor has adopted during the COVID era, and this is just one part of and this is how they actually come out of this particular thing, right? Okay, so another key challenge, another key responsibility is the safety reporting or basically the safety. So essentially when we're implementing the trial activities, essentially is more to ensure the protection of the study participants, right? And the sponsor, in addition to the investigator who is actually take care of the patient management and then the safety of the patient directly, but overall the sponsor is also responsible for that activity, right? Or basically the sponsor is responsible for overall safety activity. And then there are certain guidances which are there, which clearly mandated that there should be certain procedures in place. For example, the procedures for the expedite safety reporting, or there should be procedures for the periodic review of the risk. So those are some of the things that already that is something required by the guidances, and this is quite common across the globe, and more or less the guidances varies in terms of reporting timelines or the way of doing those things, but essentially the concept of expedite reporting or the evaluation of the overall risk that remains same throughout the globe, right? So those global practices followed everywhere. So essentially the sponsor has to ensure that there is a mechanism for the expedite safety reporting, or there is a mechanism for the periodic assessment of the drug, or if there is a change in the benefit and risk assessment, then he has to ensure that those things are adequately happen, and then if there is an increased risk, if it is there, then that is appropriately captured, right? So those are some of the things that is there, and I'm sure that everybody is aware about the safety, the SE reporting and all those things. This is just a part of expedited reporting and evaluation of the overall risk, right? So those are some of the things the sponsor is directly applicable, and that's the reason sponsor has to ensure that there is adequate mechanism, or there is adequate mechanism or procedures in place to ensure those things, right? Same thing during the COVID period. Again, the sponsor faces significant challenges in terms of monitoring those patients or implementing this expedited reporting. So at some places, those challenges are again taken care by the risk-based monitoring kind of thing, or directly phone-to-phone contact with the investigator and all those things, right? So that's how actually the sponsors overcome this particular thing. In addition to this, the another key responsibility which is very specific, and I just wanted to highlight, is the patient compensation and the cost of hospital management, right? So probably the probably the Indian laws are very strict when it comes to the compensation as well as the paying the cost of the hospitalization, and they clearly mention that it has to be done in a stipulated period of time. There is a complete mechanism which is mentioned. For example, if the SE happens, then investigator can assign the causality. And if the event is related with the study drug, then this the patient management has to happen, and all expenses related with the cost of the hospitalization that has to be borne by the sponsor, right? So and therefore the sponsor has to ensure that he has the adequate amount which is already kept for the patient management, because this is something is now specifically required by the Indian laws. Similarly, the compensation, right? So the compensation, they have given the guidelines and they clearly mention that the compensation, once it is confirmed by the regulatory authority DCGI, then the compensation has to given within 30 days. So those are some of the things are very specific, and as a sponsor, they has to ensure that it has to happen as per the applicable guidelines, right? Okay, so in addition to that, and again, this is slightly related with the data generation, right? So as I mentioned in the beginning of the slide, that the data ultimately owned by the sponsor, right? So since the data is owned by the sponsor, then he has to put the every mechanism in place to collect data, appropriate data, and then the storage, and the mechanism related with the data analysis. So he has to implement certain tools. For example, the CRF, paper CRF, eCRF. Those are some of the things that they have to put in place in order to capture the adequate data or necessary data from the clinical studies. Then there are certain things, for example, the data coding, and which is required for the uniform reporting. So they have to take appropriate licenses for the MEDRA, WHO, DD, and all those things, and then they have to also put in.
Excuse me, sir. Please see to it that time is running short.
Yeah, this is my I think last
okay.
but one slide. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
So those are some of the things that they have to ensure, and then data transportation, especially when it comes to the registration of the molecule, right? Again, there were certain challenges, especially that is something faced during the COVID era. And as we have seen in case of medical monitoring and clinical monitoring, those challenges also taken care by effectively implementation of technologies. For example, they implemented electronic case record forms, and then there are other tools that they use or directly electronic tools, especially directly capturing the data from the patients, right? So those are some of the things that is implemented in order to overcome this particular thing. Yeah. This is something slightly discussed in the previous slides. As I mentioned, the regulatory compliance is something that the sponsor has to ensure, and they have to put in place the mechanism to ensure those things, right? Finally, the record keeping. So once the studies are over, or during the or even during the conduct of the studies, there are multiple records which are generated, and then there are some of the key documents like protocols, IBCRS, CRF, CSRs, and other documents are also there. So essentially, and of course the patient records, right? So all those things has to be archived, and has to be put in archived, basically in order to further inspection if that happens subsequently, right? So record keeping is some of the key responsibilities of the sponsor, and nowadays sponsors start utilizing certain technologies like EDCs, ETMF, and all those things that they start using in order to just capture those appropriately, and again save the time, right? So those are some of the new technologies are supporting the sponsors in terms of data archiving and record keeping. So I think I have just highlighted some of the key responsibilities. I just wanted to again say that there are multiple responsibilities starting from the conceptualization of the study protocol all the way to record keeping, and sponsor is responsible for every action that happens in the clinical trial, because ultimately he's responsible for all those things, right? So essentially it is his responsibility to ensure that all things are in place and data generated which is credible, and patient safety is also ensured, right? So those are the responsibilities, and while doing that he can collaborate and he can use those technologies in order to overcome the challenges that he may face during the study, right? So with this, I will just stop here. Sorry, I just rushed from some of the slides, but if there are any specific questions, I am happy to take those things. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Dr. Project sir, very nice, excellent presentation. Thank you so much, and thank you for accepting and for contributing an article and also be here. So one question is there, kindly clarify whether cost of hospitalization is to be given by sponsor if the injury is related to study drug or otherwise too. This point is always debated in EC meetings as the relatedness takes time to establish, but medical care is to be given immediately.
Right. So this is a tricky question and very difficult to implement on a very ground level, right? So as the question rightly mentioned, that the medical management has to happen immediately, and the decision with respect to causality that happens eventually, right? But essentially, guidance say that and this is typically happens on the ground level, that till the time the causality assessments are made, the patient has to get has to receive the medical management, and this has to be borne by the sponsor, right? There is no other way. And even in some cases, even and this is something I have seen, that even if it is considered as a not related, even the sponsor borne those particular cost, even after considering that the event is not related with the study drug. So those things happens, but essentially with respect to the question, I would say that till the time of the causality is made, the sponsor has to bear the cost of the hospital management. And once it is considered as a not related, then the sponsor can decide not to give a patient management to the patient.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Dr. Sanjeev, you can take over.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for answering the question, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
It's my sincere request to all the speakers, please stick to the time, otherwise it will be late. So now next speaker of the day is Dr. Akash Gadgade. He is MD Pharmacology. Dr. Akash Gadgade is Associate Director, Medical and Scientific Affairs, Navitas Life Sciences. Presently, he is working as Associate Director, Medical and Scientific Affairs at Navitas Life Sciences, Bengaluru. He has done his MBBS and MD from Manipal University, fellowship in diabetes with over 10 years of experience in clinical research domain. He has worked as investigator in preclinical and clinical studies. He presented research, oral paper, and poster presentations in national and international conferences. He has 10 plus publications in national and international journals. He received ICMR grant for PG thesis research and has been awarded as best research paper in international conference. He has been a speaker for WHO Drug User Group India and has experience working in top sponsors as well as CRO companies in India. He has worked in global projects, USA, India, and other Asia Pacific regions across diverse therapeutic areas. So I invite Dr. Akash Gadgade, and he will talk on the definition and importance of ADRs reportings, pharmacovigilance, ICSR, PCSO, PSUR, DSUR, PBRER, etc., ADRs, CT safety reporting requirements. Please, Dr. Akash, I invite you. You can start your presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev, and thanks MPS team for inviting me for this support. Just let me know if my screen is visible and it's crystal clear without any blurred images.
It's clear.
It's clear, sir.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. And I will ensure that I don't take beyond 20 minutes of my time. And considering the importance of the time, I will be talking on the pharmacovigilance and
Thank you,
safety
sir. Thank you,
reporting in the clinical trials. Yeah. So I will give a brief introduction. What are the basics of pharmacovigilance, like definitions? What are the aim of pharmacovigilance and the flagship program, that's pharmacovigilance program of India? And this, what are the sources of adverse drug reaction, and what's the causality assessments? How do we do a causality assessments? And the timeline reportings for SAE, SUSAS, PSUR, DSUR, PEBRAS, and summary of pharmacovigilance cycle. So why do we need a pharmacovigilance? As Hippocrates says, first do no harm. And when we look into the data, dying from a disease is sometimes unavoidable. Dying from a disease, from a medicine, is unacceptable. So as we all know that the adverse drug reactions are really expensive to manage, and it may cause sudden death. And pharmacovigilance is really important to promote the rational use of medicines and adherence, and something called ethics. And we have seen that many of the investigators don't report the adverse drug reactions. But to know of the something that is harmful to another person who doesn't know and not telling is unethical. So we should always encourage the physicians to report any kind of adverse drug reactions. So I will not go in detail. I just added up the slides. There are quite a good number of percentage of the cases who report to the emergency wards due to adverse drug reactions. And in India, we also see that around 1.8% of the adverse drug reactions are fatal. And the serious adverse drug reactions have been reported in India around 6% and as high as around 8% in rural South India. And when we cut down with the cost per adverse drug reactions, is close to around 690. So moving on to the definition of pharmacovigilance. In the Greek word, pharmaco means medicine and vigilare means to watch. According to WHO, it defines the science and the activities relating to the detection, assessment, understanding and prevention of the adverse effects or any other drug-related problems. So in nutshell, pharmacovigilance means your drug monitoring. What are the aims and objectives of a pharmacovigilance? The important aim is to improve the patient care and the safety in relation to the use of medicines and all medical, just allow me to pull the pointer. Yeah, the important thing is to improve the patient care and the safety in relation to the use of medicines and all other medical and paramedical interventions, and to improve the public health in large. Public health and safety is important in relation to the use of medicines, and to contribute to the assessment of the benefit, harm, effectiveness, and the risk of the medicines, and to encourage the safe, rational, and more effective use of medicines, and to promote the understanding, education, and clinical training in pharmacovigilance, and its effective communication to the public. We need to know certain important difference between an adverse drug reaction and an adverse event. An adverse drug reaction is a response to a drug that is noxious and unintended that occurs at the doses normally used in the man for prophylaxis, diagnosis, and therapy for the disease or for the modification of the physiological function. What's an adverse event? It is an untoward medical occurrence that may present during the treatment with the pharmaceutical product, but that may have a causal relationship with this treatment. So there is subtle difference between adverse drug reaction and an adverse event. So when we say that, what is an adverse event and adverse drug reaction? So the adverse event, the events may not be attributed to the drug, but there are other factors which are involved. But the adverse drug reaction, the event is always attributed to the drug. This is the major difference between an adverse drug reaction and an adverse event. So when we talk about an adverse event, there is something called serious adverse event or serious adverse reaction. What are the key parameters when you label an adverse event as a serious adverse event. So it can occur at any dose that can result in the death or life-threatening condition that is persistent or significant disability or incapacity that requires an intervention to prevent the occurrence of any of the above, that may require the inpatient hospitalization or prolonging the existing hospitalization, and even it may cause the congenital abnormality. As we all know that we have seen the thalidomide tragedy, which caused many of the congenital abnormalities. And to understand more in detail, like what is the difference between in severity versus the serious. So in a clinical trial, we have a different terminologies where we need to differentiate an adverse drug reaction based upon the severity, and which is what are the different kinds of severe reactions and what is serious. So I had given a definition of the serious adverse event in the previous slide. Now let us look at in the severity. So we always have a severity. It's always in the grading. It's in the mild, moderate, or severe. So any intensity may be mild, moderate, severe, and even we have the recent classification for oncology studies. We use CTCA grading where we have again 5 different grades. So that may be of those are the CTCA gradings where we will be having grade 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. That is based upon again the severity. And that may be of significance. Even the severity may be such as mild, moderate, and severe. So when we talk about mild, that doesn't have any much routine lifestyle, may not be hampering. Moderate may have a little hampering on the routine lifestyle, and severe it may require the assessment from an other person. So those are the things which we need to understand between the severity of the grading. Like seriousness, like when we call the serious adverse reaction, it may be on event or the outcome on the action, and usually it causes a life-threatening, which may hamper, which poses a serious threat to the patient's life or the functioning, and we need to follow all the regulatory guidelines. And another important thing we need to know as a part of clinical trial is expectedness of an adverse event. When we call it as an expected, we know that the event is known to be associated with an intervention or based upon the medical condition which is under the study. What is an unexpected? So unexpected means the nature of the severity of the event is not considered with the information about the condition of the study or the intervention, neither in the protocol, consent form, product brochure, investigation brochure, or the SMPC and the product insert or the label. So to label it as an unexpected, that means the information is nowhere present right from all the details of the studies. So this we label it as an unexpected. So I will be talking about what is an unexpected. So when we label the event as an unexpected, so we always label those as SUSARs. So I'll be telling in detail about the different timelines of adverse drug reactions, PA, PEPRAs, DSURs in the next coming slides. So what are the factors which affect the adverse drug reactions? Mainly about the intrinsic factors and the extrinsic factors. The intrinsic factors may be related to the drug which has got the potential to cause carcinogenicity, mutagenicity, and teratogenicity, and the extrinsic factors may be due to an adulterant, contamination, or an underlying medical condition and then medication errors. So why most of the adverse drug reactions are not discovered during the drug development? We have certain limitations. So we have only phase 1 to 3 trials, and the population exposure will be less, and the limited size of the population, and only a specific disease will be studied, and those are all of that will be done for a short duration of the study. So this is about the pharmacovigilance of India in timeline. I will not go in detail about this. This is a flagship program which has started up, and these are the timelines which are very well self-explanatory. So we know that there are certain objectives of the flagship program PVPI, and one of the long-term project is to ensure that we have an operational efficiency that would make an Indian pharmacovigilance program a benchmark for global drug monitoring endeavors. So this is one of the the longer term objectives, and definitely I know that many of the people are there here who are working extensively with PVPI, and when I could get the data today morning, how many ADR monitoring centers are there in India. So when I spoke to Dr. Chinmay, he mentioned that there are around 530 plus ADR monitoring centers which are already been established, and they are doing a tremendous work in collection of the ADRs. And we know that our database is increasing day by day, and the reporting forms from the healthcare professionals, they are also aware, and the physicians are really reporting all those kind of adverse drug reactions. And certainly there are extended reach to other national health programs like RNTCP and NACO, and even those are even tied up with the local enable labs to understand more about the details of the patients based upon the adverse drug reaction reported. So this is about the program communications, how it is being lined, and just wanted to give a brief about whenever you report any multiple areas from the different stakeholders who has been reported. So in the National Coordinating Center, IPC Ghaziabad, there are different panels who review based upon the areas. They have the signal review panel where they collect the complete data of all the adverse drug reactions. And we know that many of the recommendations which were given by NCC to the CDSO are being taken and they have been established. One of the example which was like with respect to the proton pump inhibitors, and the acute kidney injury has been reported with the PPI. So those are some of the signals which report. There are many of the other things which has been reported by the IPC. We have a complete list of areas which has been reported, which has given suggestions to the CDSO. And this is the recently version 1.4 adverse drug reaction, which has got the recent updates with the worldwide unique number and the AMC report number. So we are at par with the global standards. So we have the very good pharmacovigilance program, and who all can report the adverse drug reactions. Like anybody in India can report the adverse drug reactions, including the patients, patient relatives, and the patient caregivers. And as we all know, we are healthcare professionals, and even the sponsor like manufacturers and other regulatory authorities. So what should be reported? So all suspected areas, and with respect to traditional medicines, devices, contrast media, all those things will be taken into consideration with the emphasis on the special populations like pregnancy, lactation, pediatrics, and geriatrics, and those needs to be reported. So what are the different sources of ADRs? We all know, like, as I mentioned about the clinical trials, and there are other surveillance systems in place like passive surveillance, which involves the spontaneous reporting, case patient studies, and the active surveillance, which includes the registries, cohort studies, and the prescription event monitoring. And we have the intensive monitoring in the hospitals, and some of the examples of other post-marketing surveillance studies, observation studies, which includes the case control cohort and the nested control and the RCTs, and some of the descriptive studies may be like many of the postgraduate students are doing drug utilization studies. And this is how the data flow based upon, I will not go in detail about this data flow, as this you all may be working in the AMC centers, and how the data is being uploaded in the data system. So we all know the different type of causality assessments which has been routinely used is WHO UMC scale and Orange algorithm. What are the key factors to consider the causality assessments that may be temporal association between the study drug administration and adverse event, and and the subject's underlying clinical states, and we need to understand what are the coexisting therapies or the concomitant medications is he taking, and how the response patterns to study drug or related compounds. And the most important thing is, apart from this, is the de-challenge and the re-challenge information. So let me pause for a minute for de-challenge and re-challenge. So when you know that you are given a drug, specifically when you give an IV injection or the IV infusion, the patient immediately complains of then itching or the rash over the body. and you stop the IV infusion, you know that the patient is having and when you immediately stop this IV infusion, the patient stops complaining of the irritation. So it means that when you again restart it, then it's a kind of re-challenge, and the patient again complains of the itching or the redness. So that is a re-challenge. Re-challenge is positive. When we call the re-challenge is positive, then definitely it means the patient falls under category of the certain. So there are certain causality assessments where you routinely do in your clinical practice. When you go to the AMC centers, you record and do it on like the different causality assessments like probable, likely, possible, unlikely, conditional or unclassified, unaccessible or unclassifiable. These are some of the key classifications where you need to do an assessment criteria based upon the lab abnormalities and the re-challenge, the de-challenge information. So I will not go in detail about those scales because it will be doing in your routine practice. And another is about the Naranjo algorithm. So you have the different scoring where based upon the scoring, you need to mark it. And when you get a final score, if it is more than 9, it is definite. And if it is 5 to 8, it is probable. And 1 to 4 is possible, and 0 means doubtful ADR. So we have the in detail about when which all the needs to be reported. The investigator needs to report all serious adverse drug reactions to the CDSO Central Licensing Authority, and Dr. Prajak has mentioned about what are the roles of the sponsors' responsibility, and one of the important thing is to report all the ADRs. And whenever there is an SAE, so all this needs to be reported within 24 hours, and all the different timelines, like when they report to the DCJI, what are the timelines, and when they make a final report, it should become within 14 days, and then the expert committee will review the SAE and within 130 days, and the compensation amount within 150 days of the occurrence of the SAE. And all these details will be taken in about the compensation of an SAE will be taken in the next upcoming session by Dr. Abhijit. So when I talked about the unexpected adverse drug reactions, that is SUSARs, so usually it refers to an adverse event that occurs in a clinical trial, which is assessed by the sponsor and or study investigator, that is being an unexpected and as having a reasonable possibility of a causal relationship with the study drug. And they should report all the SUSARs within 48 hours of the occurrence. So what is PSUR? That is Periodic Safety Update Reports. It's a set of pharmacovigilance document which is done to evaluate the risk-benefit balance of a medicinal product by the marketing authorization holders at a defined time points during the post-authorization phase. The main objective is to assess the analysis of the risk-benefit balance, and the timelines is every 6 months for the first 2 years, and subsequent 2 years, the PSUR should be submitted annually. And the DSURs, that is the Development Safety Update Reports, it's a pre-marketing periodic reports which covers all the safety information, and a single DSUR will cover all the safety data from all the clinical trials which has been conducted. And the main objective is to have an annual review and the evaluation of the pertinent safety information collecting throughout the reporting period. So this summarizes all the drug-related throughout all the clinical trials conducted across the different centers.
Excuse me, sir, please have a look at the time also.
Yes, just a minute. Last 2 slides.
Okay,
and
okay,
the PREBRAS, and then the next one is PREBRAS, and the PREBRAS is about the critical analysis they do about the new or the emerging informations on the risk of a medicinal product, and it depends upon across the different regions, and it may be required 6 months or annually across the regions. So to summarize what's pharmacovigilance, you need to have the data which needs to be collected, and then analysis will be done, and based upon the reported data, there will be evaluation which needs and decision making will be done based upon the safety review panel, core review panel they do, and then finally to protect the public health and to have a uniform communication with all the stakeholders. This is in short about the summary of the pharmacovigilance side and safety reporting timelines across the clinical trials. Thank you so much. Thanks for patience listening. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Sorry.
Dr. Akash. You have been, involved in MPS since the beginning, and as a office bearer, you have been contributing and continuously. And I'm sure, we will be doing together more programs. Thank you so much for accepting and delivering the lecture, and looking forward for more in the future. I think I would like to ask you one question that, when ADR happens or SAE happens, who are maybe, just for in the interest of the participants, who are all the people to, get the immediate notification, and what are the responsibilities of the investigators related to it? Just to, instigate a little bit of discussion on this.
Yes, the first and foremost thing is you need to report to the ethics committee and to the institutional ethics committee, and from there through the SIGAM portal to the DCJ. All these are really important stakeholders to, and whenever there is an SAE within 24 hours, you need to report it to all the, including the ethics committee and to the DCJ. And if they are involved, if the sponsor is involved, sponsor is also sponsor needs to be notified, in fact, and sponsors, CROs. And if there is as mentioned by about the roles and responsibilities of the SMO, even if the SMO needs to take a complete responsibility to report the details of an SAE to all the regulatory bodies.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Looking forward for future more programs. Okay, next, Dr.
Yes,
Sanjeev, please take over.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Good.
So the next speaker of the day is, I would like to invite Dr. Abhijit Munshi. He's BAMS, MD, MBA in Healthcare Management. He's founder and director of Alchemy Clinical Research Services, Nagpur. Dr. Abhijit Munshi has completed a diploma in clinical research from Nagpur. He is the founder and director of Alchemy Clinical Research Services, Nagpur. He has over 13 plus years of experience in conducting clinical trials in various phases, BA/BE studies. He is an ethics committee trainer and consultant, conducted over 96 ethics committee trainings for EC members on ICH, GCP, NABH, ICMR guidelines, NDCT rules 2019, and other related topics. He is also associated with Government College of Ayurveda, Nagpur, as an honorary assistant professor. He was awarded by Research Ratna Award in 2019 for research in Ayurveda. He has also recorded his name in Guinness World Records for an event in 2017 and another in the International Book of Records for an event in 2018. Along with many other research papers, he has published 2 research papers on COVID research. So today's talk will be on review of safety documents by regulator, ethics committees and compensation for SAEs, deaths as per Indian Gazette notifications, and clinical trial rules. So now I invite Dr. Abhijit Munshi to please deliver his talk. Sir.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Dr. Sanjeev.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me know if the screen is visible.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, so I will try to make it up in the 20 minutes given to me.
Sure, sir. That's a gentle request.
Yeah, okay. Before that, first of all, I would like to thank to Dr. Shiva Murthy, sir, to give me this opportunity. And to all of you, a happy Friendship Day. Okay, let us start. So far, we have understood the basic roles and responsibilities of investigator, the sponsor, and the other related stakeholders in the clinical research, along with the important documents involved in the clinical research, right? Protocol, then informed consent form, and the other documents. So basically,
Dr. Munshi, one more request. Some of the Zoom bars are blocking some of the text. Can you please push them down?
Sure, sir.
It's okay. You can please proceed.
Try to put it over here. Okay, so we know that the safety of the trial participant is the utmost important part of the clinical trials, where the investigator is responsible to provide all the medical care and the medical decisions on behalf of the patients. In case of trial-related injuries, it is the responsibility of the investigator to provide the primary medical care, and SAEs to report to all the stakeholders in the clinical trial. It is the responsibility of the investigator to report within 24 hours of occurrence of SAE to all the stakeholders. The trial sponsor is responsible for the ongoing safety evaluation of the investigational product, reporting of AE and SAE, and compensation to the participant in case of trial-related SAE or death. So we all know serious adverse event is any untoward medical occurrence which results in death, is life-threatening, requires inpatient hospitalization or prolongation of existing hospitalization, results in persistent or significant disability or incapacity, or is a congenital anomaly or a birth defect. So we will see in the next slides what the quantum of compensation in case of all these points of serious adverse event. Before that, let us see the difference between compensation and reimbursement. This was the topic came during yesterday's session. So compensation is any monetary or other benefits received by the participants for their participation in the clinical trial, or the receipt of payment or other services, that is medical management, in case of any trial-related injury, whereas reimbursement is any expense incurred during the participation in a clinical trial. Reimbursement is payable to all enrolled trial participants or their legally designated representatives. Reimbursement is documented well before a clinical trial initiation and may covers travel expenses of the clinical trial participants, accommodation, hospitalization, loss of wages, and food expenses. What is the law regarding SAE in terms of compensation? The New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rule 2019 replaces and supersedes all the previous rules and regulations related to the compensation during clinical trial. The chapter 6 and the 7th schedule of New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rule 2019 explains about the compensation in case of SAE. What the rule says, the compensation is applicable to the trial participants in case of any trial related injury or death due to any of the reasons, like adverse effect of investigational product, any protocol violation, trial misconduct, or any negligence either by the sponsor or by the investigator, failure of the investigational product, use of any placebo in clinical trial, adverse drug reaction due to concomitant medication, any injury to child in utero, any clinical trial procedure. So in all these cases, the compensation is applicable. The basic documents to be reviewed during the SAE are protocol with all the amendments, investigator's brochure, of course updated, informed consent form, patient information sheets and their translations in local languages, clinical trial insurance policy, clinical trial agreement, an undertaking by the sponsor stating that the complete medical management is in accordance with Rule 40 and the same compensation in case of study related injury or death shall be provided in accordance with Rule 39 of NDCT Rule 2019 and along with the site standard operating procedures. These documents to be reviewed. What sponsor should have during the course of clinical trial: investigators undertaking, Aadhaar card of the investigator, CV and medical registration certificate of the site staff, clinical trial NOC by DCGI, clinical trial registration at CTRI, protocol the version at the time of SAE, and protocol amendments, investigator's brochure, version at the time of SAE, completed CRF of a particular subject or particular clinical trial participant, COMS or sponsor analysis form, and the data of compensation if already paid. The investigator should have copy of clinical trial NOC or permission letter from CDSCO, ethics committee registration certificate with CDSCO, completed appendix 11, that is on Sugam portal, table number 5, discharge summary of already hospitalized patient, death certificate in case of death if available, autopsy report in case of death if available, lab investigation report prior to and during clinical trials, Excel sheet of lab investigations applicable in clinical trial, signed informed consent form either by the patient or his legally acceptable representative, whosoever, protocol version copy at the time of SAE, standard care of treatment and prescription, and COMS form. Information of the study drug and comparator. About the study drug, generic name of the drug, strength, unit, route of administration, dosing frequency, indication of use, mechanism of action, brief pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic information, and elimination T-half shall be recorded. After having all this information, in case of SAE, there should be a causality assessment by all the stakeholders. First, causality by the investigator or treating physician, then research ethics committees, pharmaceutical company or sponsor, and other regulatory authorities. They all should have their own causality assessment ready. For causality assessment, some common methods are, first is expert judgment, but it is very limited and bound. These are individual assessment based on the previous knowledge and experience. And second is the structure algorithms with or without scoring. The algorithms are the set of specific questions with associated scores for calculating the likelihood of cause-effect relationship, as we have seen, as told by Dr. Akash in previous lecture. There are two scales which are broadly used. First is Naranjo scale. It is a set of 10 questions where the answer will be yes or no or unknown. And the scores of the answer ranges from -1 to +2.
Danish.
Sorry. So by the use of Naranjo scale, depending upon the final score, we will have a causal relationship with the drug and the event, either as definite or probable, definitely related, probably related, possibly related, or unlikely related, depending upon the final score. The second scale, which is commonly used, is WHO UMC system for causality assessment, wherein we have the answers as certain, probable, possible, unlikely, conditional or unclassified, unaccessible or unclassifiable. Some important points to be considered while assessing causality are necessary and sufficient causes to trigger an adverse reaction, pattern recognition, animal toxicity data, detection of drug interactions, potential contribution of inactive ingredients and formulations, like in case of vaccine adjuvants. These all things has to be considered while doing causality assessment. Some factors are also important, like temporal relationship, the time to onset versus the time drug was administered. Nature of the reactions during this correlation, whether the reaction is immediate reaction or a long-term reaction. Clinical and pathological features of the events, existing information about the drug and same class of drugs. So after assessing all these things, we can conclude whether the drug is related or not related, possibly related, probably related, whatever. Based on this, we can finalize the quantum of compensation given to the trial participants suffered with SAE. Some factors we have to consider are the age of the patient, gender of the patient. Sorry. So the factors we have to consider is the age of the patient, gender of the patient, profession, income of the patient, the dependence on the patient, any negligence either by sponsor or by investigator, expected survival of the patient, any comorbid conditions already existing, and the concomitant medication. So the quantum of compensation in case of SAE, either as death or other factors, it is very well explained in the 7th schedule of NDCT rule 2019. It is based on 3 factors. The first one is age factor, second is risk, and third one is the base amount. To calculate the quantum of compensation, we have to consider these 3 factors. Age factor is based on the Workmen Compensation Act, which prescribes the factor based on age for calculation of the lump sum amount of compensation to be paid by the employer in case of permanent disablement and death depending upon age of the injured. The factor ranges from 99.37, that is for age of 65 or more, to 228.54 for age not more than 16, depending upon the age of the injured. So this is the example of the table of Annexure 1 of the 7th schedule. Age factor starts from age not more than 16 to 28.54, to the age 65 or more, it is 99.37. So 99.37 is considered as the base age for the calculation. We'll see in the formula. Second is consideration of the risk factor. Depends on the seriousness and severity of the disease, presence of comorbidity, and duration of the disease of the trial subject at the time of enrollment. So risk factor is divided into 5 categories: 0.5, 1, 2, 3, and 4, wherein 0.5 is represents the terminally ill patient whose survival is not more than 6 months. 1 denotes high risk patient whose survival is between 6 to 24 months. 2 denotes moderately risk subjects. 3 is mild, and 4 is healthy subject or healthy volunteer. Consideration of the base amount. The minimum wages as on date, it was during 2019. The minimum wages as on date is rupees 7,722 per month, and accordingly the base amount, which is rounded off to rupees 8 lakhs rupees, would be appropriate. So base amount in case of any clinical trial related death is 8 lakhs rupees is fixed. The base amount refers to the age of 65 years, which corresponds to the factor 99.37, as we have already seen of the table of Workmen Compensation Act. It is evident that the base amount will increase or change with the revision of minimum wage. So now we'll see the compensation in case of clinical trial related death. The formula is B into F into R divided by 99.37, wherein B is the base amount, that is 8 lakhs rupees. F denotes the factor depending on the age of the trial subject based on the Workmen Compensation Act. And R is the risk factor depending on the seriousness and severity of the disease. Presence of comorbidity and duration of disease of the trial subject at the time of enrollment in the clinical trial between a scale of 0.5 to 4. Compensation in clinical trial related death. So for an example, compensation for terminally ill patient of 16 years of age, the calculation would be B into F into R. So B will be 8 lakhs. So 8 into F is the factor representing age for 16 years. It is 228.54. And terminally ill patient. So the factor representing is 0.5 divided by 99.37. For 16 years of age, terminally ill patient, the compensation would be approximately 9 lakhs rupees. Similarly, compensation for terminally ill patient of 67 years of age would be 4 lakhs rupees. So if expected mortality is greater than 90% in 30 days, the fixed amount of 2 lakhs rupees is decided. Compensation in case of clinical trial related injury other than death, it is divided into 4 categories. Permanent disability, congenital anomaly or birth defect, chronic life-threatening disease, reversible SAE in case it is resolved. So let us see one by one. In case of permanent disability, in case of 100% disability, 90% of the compensation which would have been due to payment in case of death of the trial subject. In case of less than 100% disability, compensation is proportional to the percent of disability. So compensation in case of permanent disability, the calculation would be C into D into 90 divided by 100 into 100. Or in short, C into D divided by 100 into 90% of the compensation in case of death, where C represents the quantum of compensation in case of death and D represents the percentage of disability. In case of congenital anomaly or birth defect, the following situations may arise: either a stillbirth, early death due to anomaly, no death but deformity which can be fully corrected through appropriate intervention, or either permanent disability, mental or physical. Compensation in case of congenital anomaly or birth defect would be lump sum amount, such that if that amount is kept by the way of fixed deposit, it shall bring a monthly interest amount which is approximately equivalent to half of the minimum wage of unskilled worker. So in short, in case of compensation in case of congenital anomaly, the amount would be minimum half of the minimum wage of an unskilled worker, that is around 3,700. Sorry. So the quantum of compensation in such cases of SAE shall be half of the base amount as per formula for determining the compensation for SAE resulting into death. So we'll have to first determine the compensation in case of death, and half of the amount will be paid to the participant or its nominee. If this congenital anomaly or birth defect causes chronic life-threatening or any reversible SAE, the compensation would be medical management unless and until required, plus the financial compensation throughout the management of the disease. If SAE is chronic, life-threatening or any reversible SAE which can be managed with the treatment or procedure, the quantum of compensation linked to the number of days of hospitalization, wherein the per day hospitalization is equal to the loss of wage calculated based on the minimum wage of the unskilled worker in Delhi. Here the formula would be compensation is equal to 2 into W into N, wherein W is minimum wage per day of the unskilled worker in Delhi and N is the number of days of hospitalization.
Excuse me, sir, please try to wrap up.
So this is all about, this was my last slide.
Okay, thank you.
So I tried to wrap up only.
Okay.
Please forgive me if I was very fast in covering all the slides.
No, it was okay. Any questions?
Okay,
We have
so
questions.
Dr. Abhijit Munshi, I appreciate you for it is a complicated subject. It's difficult to understand in the beginning itself. And I would like to appreciate the CDSUO for coming up with the compensation formula for the first time in the world. I would like to I request everyone to like give a thumbs up to CDSUO for excellent job. And nowhere in the world this kind of formula is available. And we are the the Chanakya is from India, and our CDSUO is definitely outnumbered the whole world, and that's really good. So thank you so much for taking up the subject when I requested you, and contributing this, and looking forward for more association.
Thank you, sir.
So,
thank you very much.
Okay, the next speaker for today is Madam Lakshmi Achuta. She's MRQA. She's MRQA. She's Principal Strategic Advisor to Ashton Bio. Madam Lakshmi Achuta provides advisory services to biotech, pharma, and medical devices company, startups, innovation centers for strategy, quality, GLP, GCP, GMP, and ISO, compliance, and skill enhancement. She is a consultant faculty for Biocon Academy, Tech Graduate Institute Biosciences Program, Biotechnology Skill Enhancement Program, workshops and trainings with National Law School of India University. Lakshmi ma'am is a quality and compliance professional with close to 3 decades of experience, having combined knowledge, expertise, and skill in implementing, integrating, and auditing multiple standards in disparate management systems, having worked in biotechnology, biopharmaceuticals, clinical research, CRO, contract research organizations, and manufacturing services industries with increasing responsibilities. She has led, managed, and guided cross-functional teams during various types of audits, certification audits for the various management systems, regulatory inspections, US FDA, EMA, ANVISA, PMDA, BIRDA, CAP, and Indian NGCMA, DCGI, and NABL. Customer sponsor audits, due diligence, loss prevention, business risk, CSR, confidential information, data integrity, and access protection audits. Madam is MS Quality Management from BITS Pilani, MSc Applied Botany, Medicinal and Aromatic Plants from Bangalore University. So, and she's IRCE and GOI certified lead auditor for ISO 13485-2016 medical devices, quality management systems. Please, ma'am, I welcome you for today's talks, and the mic is over to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity that is provided by MPS, Dr. Shivmurthy and team. Really appreciate the opportunity that you have given. Good evening, everyone. I would be going through the very critical aspect of the clinical trial. That is the conduct of the clinical trial. That is the investigational medicinal product management, because of which it would undergo the clinical trials. As the molecule, as we call in the industry, as the molecule journeys from discovery, development, and then moves into non-clinical, that is, it's also called as preclinical, and then moves into clinical, and then subsequently it goes into commercial manufacturing. The investigational product management during the conduct of the study is very, very critical for the sponsor company, because it has an impact on the drug application with the regulators. So today I'll just go through the aspect of the product management at the various stakeholders. And I would like to indicate to you what exactly the investigators, when we say investigators, it is basically the inspectors who come in, what would be they'll be looking at That's something that I would like to also indicate to you during the session today. If you were to look at the principles of ICH GCP E6R2, 2.12 specifically speaks about how the investigational product is to be handled. So they very clearly says that it has to be manufactured, handled, and stored in accordance with applicable good manufacturing practice, that is GMP. And it should be used in accordance with the approved protocol. So what happens in the industry is, as I said, it journeys through the discovery development phases. By the time it reaches, the molecule reaches or the product reaches the human trials, it should be, well developed in terms of, well studied in terms of its entire efficacy and safety aspects. And the development aspects related to process and analytical should be well defined by the time it reaches the clinical scenario. And this is the sponsor's responsibility, that it has to be studied well, it has to be addressed well. And then the GMP manufactured product should be used in clinical trials. It's very clearly given even in the GMP standards also, that whatever material that is going to be used in clinical trials, that is human clinical trials, has to be as per the GMP norms. And in terms of clinical trials, it has to be used in accordance with the approved protocol, approved as in approved by the regulators as well as the institutional ethics committee or the regulatory board, sorry. Now let us understand what actually constitutes an investigational product. So we're looking at this investigational product from different perspectives as indicated in ICH E6R2. And because it's very critical for the stakeholders, that is you and me, involved in clinical trials, to be aware of this particular nuances, because it has a major impact on the product quality and ultimately the usage by the patient. So if you look at the ICH, it very clearly states the product is an pharmaceutical form of an active ingredient or a placebo that's being tested or used as a reference in a clinical trial, including a product with a marketing authorization that is typically done or held by the sponsor, when it is used or assembled in a way different from an approved form that has already been approved by the regulator, which is used for an unapproved indication, that means it's going to be explored during the clinical trial, or used to gain further information about an approved use. So these are the instances in which it is considered as an investigational product. And to further understand it, this product has to be characterized as appropriate to the stage of development of the product. As I said, it is in the stage of the product during the phase of the GMP. It has to be manufactured in accordance with any applicable GMP requirements. It has to be coded and labeled in a manner that protects the blinding wherever it's applicable. And the labeling should comply with the applicable regulatory requirements. Though the application would be to the US FDA, the labeling should be done as per the Indian regulations, because we are conducting the clinical trials in India, and hence the regulatory requirements of Indian regulators has to be addressed, especially when we are labeling. This is something that the regulators, monitors, the auditors will be reviewing it when they are coming in for their various reviews during the conduct of the trial. Coming to the product, the way it is stored is very, very critical, because if you realize that the product spends more time on the shelf, that's the reason why the expiry dates come into the picture, because of the stability aspect. It spends more life in the shelf than when it gets manufactured. The manufacturing time would take place if it's a biological product, a biologics product, or a mAb, then it would take about, say, max about 15 to 20 days when it's in the final dosage form. And whereas if you look at it in the storage condition, when it's actually being used as a medicine, it's being used for nearly 1.5 to 2 years. Again, we have standards for stability, which the pharmaceutical companies or medical device companies use before they declare it in terms of expiry date. So the storage condition is very, very critical for the product. The acceptable storage temperatures are all well defined, again, based on the accelerated stabilities that would have been done by the teams. The storage condition, especially the way it is stored in some of them are very thermolabile. That means the product cannot withstand, temperature, or photolabile, that is, it cannot withstand the light, and hence it has to be stored in amber colored bottles. So these are the derivations that would have happened during the development of the molecule, especially in the development phase of the molecule. And the storage times, the other requirements would all be determined during this entire development phase of the molecule. And the expectation from the regulators is that all involved parties, that is the monitors, be it the investigators, and typically in the site, the qualified pharmacist will be handling this medicinal product. And even the pharmacists, the storage managers, or even for that matter, the study personnel should be aware of these requirements. It's not that they can just leave it on the desk or, on the area and just walk away. It has to be, if it has to be kept at a cold temperature, then it has to be kept at a cold temperature. And this requirement has to be available to the teams, and they have to be aware of these and handle it appropriately. And how do you show that they are aware of it? You provide them with training. The training records play a very critical role, especially in confirming that these team players are aware of the requirements. And the product has to be packaged to ensure and to prevent contamination and definitely unacceptable deterioration. Because anything, for example, the seal broken, okay, that itself can have a major impact on the quality of the product. Immediately, it can start deteriorating, because it can have a contamination of the product as well. And this is something that we call as the container closure integrity. The way the tablet is packed, the way the vial is packed, the way the blister pack is packaged, everything is very, very well defined, and everything undergoes a review in the manufacturing phase. Now let's understand a very critical aspect that we are involved in, that is chain of custody. This is a terminology that inspectors would typically use, and this is something that the industry use as well. Chain of custody, and the team players over here are the sponsor CRO, the investigator, that is including the delegated pharmacist, and of course the subjects and the patient. So we'll quickly go through these aspects in the next few minutes. How does it transition from sponsor to the investigator and subsequently to the subject and patient? And very importantly, how do we prove that this entire activity took place? It is done through reconstructing the activity. That means the entire life cycle of the product from the time the approval has been received at the sponsor side, and then subsequently the approvals received at the site, that means of the protocol, and then of course subsequent to the subject having given the informed consent. So all these documentation is very critical, because during inspection, if you remember, the dossier is already there at the FDA. Okay, and when they come in to look at the aspect over here, they already have done their homework. So they're, they are reconstructing the activities from the time the license was given, how many vials were shipped, for example, to the site, which site, okay, and then the shipment records, the temp tail records, whether it was done with the appropriate temperature, what happened during transit, all this will be reviewed completely. So during an inspection, 100% data or 100% of the records will be reviewed by the inspector or the auditor or the monitor. They have to review the 100%. That means the entire licenses, the permits, the accountability records, have to be reviewed, will be reviewed by the inspectors when they come in for inspection. Coming to the sponsor CRO, they are responsible for the entire product. They have to ensure it is done as per the GMP, and all the aspects has been done, and then only it gets applied to the sites. And all the required documentation should be available, the dossier as we call it, as per the essential documents have to be available. And they have to ensure that the product is stable over the period of time of its usage, and sufficient quantities are available. And the sponsor at their facility should ensure that the samples are retained and they are maintained, because again there is a calculation based on which if in case sometimes the inspectors ship that material, ship that investigational product to their own labs to verify the stability of the product. So they have to, there is a particular calculation that the sponsor company does, and that material should be available over there. So again, this is in a nutshell. They have to manufacture it. The batch number, lot number, all these documents should be available. The quantity, the QA, the quality assurance, the control, quality control, the stability data, any rejected, any material that has been undergoing a non-conformity has to be investigated. The way it is packaged, the way it is labeled, again, the final quantity that went into the warehouse, and from the warehouse to the shipment office, and the shipment tracking to the various teams, and then subsequently the destruction. So this is the entire life cycle of the product, you could say. And destruction should be done as per the biomedical waste requirements of the respective states. And the evidence of the destruction should be available. Okay. And then coming to the sponsor CRO, the monitor is very, very important, because they have to review through their monitoring visit the various, how it has been stored, how it has been given to the subject, were there any issues there? Did the subject lose the medicine? Was there any was it destroyed? Did it fall? Did the vial break? Everything has to be recorded. And finally, the disposition, that means the destruction of the particular product at the site. Sometimes the sites also do it. So all that evidence should be available at the site. Of course, the site should have the permission to destroy the product as well. Now coming to the investigator, the investigator is responsible for the receipt, inventory, the storage, dispensing, administration, unused and missing vials, and final accountability. These forms have to be available at the site. And it rests with the investigator. The investigator needs to ensure that, this is an item that they review periodically with the team, so that the teams can escalate it to the investigator, and they immediately escalate it to the monitor, and in turn to the CRO sponsor, so that it's appropriately addressed. And it has to be stored appropriately, and it has to be administered according to the protocol requirements. And the investigator brochure also plays a very, very crucial role in ensuring this happens. And very importantly, during the conduct of the study, the product usage has to be explained very well in detail to the subject, so that it's appropriately used by them if required or where required. Now coming to the accountability at the site, they have to maintain the records from the time it's delivered to the site, to the inventory, the use, as I said, whether it's damaged, it's broken, everything needs to be appropriately documented. And if in case it has to be returned to the site, then returned to the sponsor, then it has to be. And again, every single accountability. So it's all about mathematics here, the reconciliation of the material, how much was received, how much was dispensed, how much was damaged or unused. Everything has to be appropriately handled over here, and the records have to be maintained. So I'm concluding a little early. So the investigational products have to be manufactured as per the GMP norms, and it has to be used in accordance with the approved protocol. And the investigator brochure, it provides the appropriate use of the product, and the chain of custody ensures traceability of the investigational product. So one of the items that is periodically indicated during the FDA inspection, including the 2022 FDA metrics, one of the items that is highlighted by the FDA is that inaccurate records of the investigational products, either by the sponsor or by the site. It is inaccurate. That means there is no traceability of the product in terms of the accountability. That means if there is a product that is being given, how did that been used? So basically they would like to verify whether it has been misused or abused also. So this plays a very, very critical role in terms of the entire investigational product. And yes, of course, there have been instances of warning letters also that has been issued to the sponsor CRO as well as to the site as well, wherein there have been no records maintained. So it's very, very critical that the entire stakeholder team, be it the sponsor, site, and the subject, are keeping the documentation appropriately. Of course, there are challenges in handling the subject accountability, because sometimes they may not be able to handle it properly, but it's still the site and the sponsor responsibility to ensure that it is appropriately handled. So now coming to the aspect of accountability, the escalation metrics should be in place so that the site team can inform or alert the sponsor that there have been issues, because that's, as I said, 100% reviewed by the investigator when they come into, inspector when they come into inspect your study site. So with this, I conclude my session. If there are any questions, I would like to.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much, madam, for accepting and being with us for this program. And it's really, highly appreciable a contribution from a senior member from the industry. And I would like to, just for the, for the benefit of the participants, I would like to ask you one question. How to ensure the compliance of the subject, madam, consuming the treatment?
So one of the ways in terms of compliance with the subject is to keep them engaged. You need to, anyway, the medical professional and the subject definitely has a rapport, and there is a trust factor involved. That needs to be sort of enhanced. So what happens is sometimes the study team may not be able to sort of guide the patient or subject appropriately. So this is where they will have to sort of, the investigator has to handle the, you could say, sort of not exactly give instruction. It would be more or less like counseling the subject. Counseling the subject. And one of the things I would like to give you a thing is that the inspectors are focusing more on the COVID time. Whenever the COVID, trials done during COVID comes under scrutiny, the inspectors are looking at how was compliance maintained during this COVID, during the pandemic. So this is something we all have to be careful. We have to see if a protocol deviation has to be filed. So, those documentations has to be kept in place.
Yes. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you very much.
So
again.
looking
Thank
forward for future associations too.
Thank you.
So Dr. Sanjeev, please take over.
Okay. Hello. Now coming to next speaker, I'd like to invite Miss Karishma Rampilla. She's PG Diploma in Clinical Research, MTech Biotechnology, Gold Medalist. She's a woman with entrepreneur of Covaxin Clinical Research. Madam is expertised in training and coaching, SMO activities, quality assurance, safety associate, business development and lead generation system, networking, placement cell activities, clinical trial design activities, and her goal is to provide high quality education system in clinical research industry for better placement opportunity. And her vision towards placing the students is an ecosystem model of creating opportunities. With 10 plus years of both industrial and academic careers experience, she would be able to develop the change in inventing new medicine. So now I would like to call Ms. Krishna Rimpala, and she will talk on the clinical trial quality management and remote monitoring and site-based auditing. Please, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me over here today. And I would like to, thank one and all for being over here to, being more enthusiastic to learn new things in clinical trials, especially. So I would like to initiate my work soon. If you can give me the share access.
You can go ahead sharing your screen. Please
Yes,
click
sir.
on share screen.
No, yeah. So thank you so much for inviting me once again. So today's session would be, interacting more about, I've seen many people interacting more details about clinical trials, how the way they're conducting it, the participating GCP guidelines, the compensation rules, and many more we discussed. But a lot of advancements are happening in clinical trials. The reason is because of pandemic, we had seen many changes has happened in clinical trial guidelines. The reason is we need to get in quick fix of that particular pandemic situation that we are in. So this made more the technology coming in front, and acceptance in that as socially is also happening, and every stakeholder in the clinical trials industry is about to develop themselves to make sure the clinical trials have been conducted in cost effective way, or moving into the technology, the work burden could be also simplified. So one among such I would like to discuss is remote monitoring of clinical trials. We had many things to discuss coming under the technology part of clinical trials, but I just want to pick up since we have less time over here. So one of thing is remote monitoring activities. This has been a revolution during this conduct of clinical trial. In the pandemic situation, wherein none of the people were about to move to the place where they need to do monitoring or deal the review of the data that has been entered, or patients also not able to come to the site to take up the or participate in the clinical trial. So a lot of things were upside down, but ultimately we need to release a new drug into the market, so that cannot be stopped finally. So this remote monitoring has been revolutionized during this time and been utilized more for the reason of data review, patient analysis, study documentation purpose. And this introduction of new remote monitoring activities, new every person, every entity has their own design of doing a remote monitoring activities in their services what they have. So this introduction has been made to bring new advancements by utilizing the Internet of Things. This has been already been utilized in healthcare smartly, but allowing into integration into clinical trials has been also happened with wearable devices. So every patient, every clinical trial, wherever this type of remote monitoring activities has been involved, the patients had been utilized with medical devices. So this synchronization has been happened. So you can see my screen over, where I could simply put you into a brief discussion about clinical trials. So you can see the Internet of Things. So Internet of Things, where patients over here are utilizing this particular technology, where using a wearable device where everything is being entered into the cloud system. So finally, ultimately, a mobile system is being captured over here, where entire data could be from the patient and or from the investigators and from the hospital could be utilized over here. And finally, all the stakeholders could review, could analyze the data, whatever is being seen. So for the physician who is involved in the clinical trial will be directly entering the data into the CDM softwares, and patient who is having the medical devices or any monitor devices, also the data would be synchronized in between this. So this particular remote monitoring activities is not specifically for one side or one patient. It could be utilized for multicentric. The moment when it was being open for multicentric kind of clinical trials, this technology has been rapidly been cultivated among, and it's been moved forward. But here we can see three different types actually, like centralized, decentralized, and hybrid mode. So centralized is something that all the clinical trials are conducted in one single site. Hybrid mode, where the clinical trial is conducted at one patient, participant's home. Decentralized clinical trials is entirely done in a virtual mode under one single patient, in one single patient's home place. So many stakeholders over here had a benefit utilizes decentralized clinical trials. One, looking into the patient's point of view, we can say that patient doesn't need to come to the hospital, where the dropout of the patient doesn't, cannot be expected. Lower rates could be expected over there, and more patient diversity could be seen. But at a side, coming to this helps sites to improve the engagement platform, where the data could be seen quickly, reviewed quickly, resolve the queries quickly, and also could be, finally monitored quickly. So better patient-physician interactions can also happen, so that the physician doesn't need to spend much time on the, patient counseling, based engagement activities in the clinical trials. Looking at the sponsors end, this will be the best cost-effective way, because ultimately we are closing down the travel over here, and this could accelerate trial timelines as well. So if the trial is planned in 5 years, it could be, done in 2.5 years. Maybe we could expect, because the technology has been really quick enough for every stakeholder to have an access quickly. So, but let me tell you what guidelines we have to follow this kind of remote monitoring activities. So appropriate technology is first thing, that whoever is using the secure system, make sure that the data is being transferred, stored, and being analyzed in a perfect way, where everything should be maintained protection and confidentiality. So training and support should be provided ultimately for investigators, site staff, monitors, whoever is utilizing this technology. So having well-defined procedures also is important. So set of SOPs will always give a result. Set of training would always give a result for better, technology, access. So what type of common problems also we could see over here? So usually it entirely depends upon training. If no proper training, or during the escalations or protocol deviations, we may see certain changes or certain issues could occur. So one could be, data security. One could be compliance, which is essential as failure. Complying can lead to serious consequences also, and technology infrastructure. So the proper part of the trajectory features in the mobile application has been particularly developed, where every part of the data is being captured, where nothing is getting missed out as per the clinical trial protocol being designed or approved by DCGI. So until then, these challenges could be, implemented. So next would be international guidelines, which supports this particular, remote monitoring systems. So this ensures data privacy and security has become a prominent concern for obtaining the informed consent form. So as we know, informed consent form is a very preliminary part of the clinical trial, where the patient, before they joining the clinical trial, detailing about the entire part, because ultimately they are giving the body to be in the research. But how can we deal this particular technology in informed consent form? The very first question could be answered in this way. The technology has now been implemented since the patient is absolutely waiting for the treatment or advanced treatments, where they could not be in effort for that particular disease what they're fighting with. So obviously it is the investigator's responsibility to counsel the patient either in a virtual mode like this, to make the patient understand how many times the sample is being picked up, or how many times the patient is being treated, or how many times it's, the investigational product should be administered. So if until and unless the human rights are protected over here, as per the GCP guidelines, or I say GCP guidelines, whatever we call, so this technology has been accepted everywhere. So how many problems, how could this type of problems could be resolved? To make sure the successful remote monitoring process, are several precautions to be taken. So this includes creating a robust technology infrastructure with stable internet connection. So obviously, like today, we are meeting in a virtual mode. We have seen many, internet connectivity issues. So same thing reflects over there. But some systems are being developed where no internet is needed for the patients, because we are targeting this type of technology for rural patients. So rural kind of conduct of participating those patients in the clinical trial is important. So obviously the rest utilization of internet connectivity should be developed and implemented in these software platforms. And the system was used to collect physiological, signs of the patient with using the wearable devices. So whoever is the sponsor who is accepting this type of remote monitoring technology or remote decentralized clinical trials, he should definitely afford giving some wearable device for the patient where the screening of the entire journey of the patient could be seen and implemented. Automated data can be converted into the systems. Now, how to adopt this changes? So in order to adopt this kind of changes brought about by the technology advancements, evolving guidelines, though we had certain set of guidelines supporting the remote monitoring, but still why we are not able to rapidly use it for every trial, why every trial is still sitting at the site premises or still taking doesn't need to be taken. So as we know, like, it depends entirely on trial, it depends upon entirely on the product, because if the product doesn't need any in-hospitalized patient necessity, then at that time of clinical trials could be gone into remote monitoring. So yes, a lot of changes needs to be updated and the latest trends needs to be accepted, but regulations maybe we could see in the next generations coming up. So the additional information that is important for quality and auditing outcomes in the remote monitoring is a risk-based approach is always, monitoring should be adopted to ensure efficient use of resources in the patient safety. So this centralized clinical trials, so data monitoring tools should be leveraged for real-time access of the trial data. So internal auditings, quality checks, clearance, and other parts of the remote monitoring activities still has certain, things needs to be updated. So external auditings inspections should be prepared by maintaining the documentation. Obviously, we knew that, but regulations still, updates are needed in this move forward. But certain limitations are also there for this kind of monitoring activities in clinical trials, where patient safety is biggest, tracking is impossible. Efficient data collection is not happening. Streamlined process, though it shows the entire system, the software is being streamlined, but somewhere the part of the stakeholder is not able to participate properly or take care of the technical issues. A lot of things are being disturbed. Real-time oversights are not happening, and though it is a cost-saving plan, but technically, to store the data or to clear those technical issues, a lot of cost is being funded again by the sponsors. To successfully navigate this type of challenges, only single answer we can say is AI and machine learning tools should be implemented more in this curriculum of clinical trials, monitoring or decentralized clinical trials, or what type of virtual clinical trials or virtual ethics committees. So we can hear many words coming up technically, but still AI and ML could be given a good answer to make sure data collection, data merging, patient selections, and immediate safety reporting activities could be done. So I conclude finally giving out one of the best part, what I am working internally to develop this particular technology for next generations. So though we focus on remote monitoring, my concern over here is patient doesn't need to be screened, doesn't need to be coming to the site for screening, or patient doesn't need to be coming for the safety aspects or whatever patient related activities doesn't need to come to the site. The reason is we had entire streamlined design. I am done designing the features part, but still we are moving on few challenges in scientific proof of concepts of every technology support, because it is entirely data storage is important over here in clinical trials. So I just want to show to all the experts over here what we are working, developing this technology. So our story is in this way. We were planning to develop in, 3 different steps. If I'm not, properly, is my internet is okay and am I audible? Could I please check so that last
yes, it's okay, ma'am. It's fine.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So our story over here is we just first want to identify a patient, the potential patient who is able to afford to join a clinical trial. So that can be done either by screening or, taking a local demographic of the patients. But ultimately, our target is for rural patients who want to enroll in a clinical trial, who are not aware of clinical trials also. The step 2 is now we concentrate on technology like virtual patient consent form, safety reporting, patient management, inbuilt pharmacy, because since we are dealing here with patient reporting also. We need to maintain a pharmacy, electronic pharmacy over there, where quickly the delivery of medicines could happen, emergency SOS can happen, virtual ethics committee could be implemented in this, and drug delivery ultimately could happen. So we are piled up with all these integrated, conducting part in step 2. And step 3 is find out the best clinical trial match. So finally, we want to match particular clinical trial for the particular patients we have. And let me tell you, trust me, this particular technology, if this is implemented, could be protected, could be done more for rare diseases where, though the sponsor has a drug, he is not able to find the patient. Or though the patient has a disease, is not able to find a perfect clinical trial. And this particular technology is implementing the other countries, but still we are lagging behind. We still have some competitors. Yes, my proof of concept has competitors like, like IQVIA, EQ, direct patient recruitment platforms, Clario, ECOA, but still a lot of technical issues are happening, like long-term protocol designs are not affecting but particular population demographics were missing. So if this particular technology can draw down, my final outlook would be bringing this into academic research, enhancing academic clinical trials. So if this particular app can be implemented, why can't we give it to every medical colleges where every patient could be utilizing this particular technology, and cost-effective way of conduct of clinical trials. Sponsors can also step up quickly. So our groundwork is going on still, and we want to still develop this technology coming ahead.
Okay.
This is
thank you so much, Karishma. It's really energetic presentation, I would say, and I can see a lot of enthusiasm coming from your side and your team, and I wish you all the best for all the developmental work. And definitely, as you said, that academicians can, if they can adopt some of the technological things for fastering the to fasten the data accumulation and reporting, and definitely it will help. And we are all here. Please be associated with Medical Pharmacology Society. We can definitely help you to realize wherever possible, whatever from our side we can definitely help you. And please be in touch with us, and also from whatever the best way we will help you. So so with this, I think technology is helping us to come together, and we are on a technological platform. And because of this only, we are able to reach out to more than 400 people, and we are successfully conducting this program also. And I think this is the way to go forward. Definitely, like personal meetings and on stage performance is also important, and that will bring more human touch. And hope that we have to balance between both personal interactions and also and I think IT has helped us to bring the compliance not only in medical science but also in most part of the activities, including banking or including filing tax, or it can be any other activity. And IT has definitely played very important role, and I'm sure electronizing the patient records is a big boon, and it will help us to come up with even for safety management, pharmacovigilance and safety management, and identifying the hotspot and identifying the signals. And also there are a lot of applications, so keep in touch, and we will definitely look forward to have you in the future with more interesting topics.
Nice to meet you all. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So, sir, I'll start with the next speaker of the day, and I think it's last speaker of the day.
Yeah,
sir.
Dr. Sanjeev, you have been doing excellent job, and you are keeping the time on time. I think things are we are well in advance in 5 minutes, And
Thank you,
very
sir.
good
Thank you.
job. So let us continue this, and we will have I request all the participants to be there for the valedictory function also, because I would like to, appreciate all the speakers and then give away the certificates also through online mode. So in this way, please support us in the end also, even though this is the last presentation, please continue to be there and support us and this is a most important, like fraud and misconduct. And you can see that, a lot of companies are getting closed or their business is getting affected just because of, fraud and misconduct. Okay. So, and unfortunately, very important companies which played a very good role in raising the awareness in clinical research and conducting a lot of clinical trials, they are also getting affected in one or the other way. And those who are doing good also, they are getting affected, and those who really do the bad, they are anyway getting closed because they are not doing good job. So many others are getting affected. So I believe that Manish Singh, you have a important role to play now, and good that we have kept this topic towards the end so that you can hold. Looking forward for this interesting discussion. Please go ahead, Dr. Sanjeev.
Okay, sir. Okay. So now I'd like to introduce last speaker for the day, Mr. Manish Singh Yadav. Sir is CEO and founder of the Ethics in Consulting and Research Solutions, Ahmedabad. Sir has 25 plus years experience in pharma, R&D experience, BA/BE and clinical trials, bioanalysis, GXP audits and trainings. He is a WHO trainer for BA/BE trials and inspections, Geneva, Switzerland. He has trained 250 plus regulators, agencies, GCP inspectors to inspect CROs and BE centers. He is authorized lead trainer for NABL, QMS, and GLP appointed through CSE, JJM Delhi. He is trained the trainer LS SSDC, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, India. He has authored 50 plus research articles published in reputed international journals. He is reviewed to JPBA, JCS, JCB, BM, and JBB, and reviewed 50 plus manuscripts till date. He has delivered 50 plus invited talks to national international conferences, BSAT, APA, CVG Canada, CPHI, and GBC. He is auditor successfully conducted 500 plus third-party audits, monitoring. In US, he has finished 250, European Union 200, and WHO 50. He has executed the first HPLC MS experiment of bioanalytical lab of Aurobindo, GVK Bio, and Vida CR. He has handled 500 plus molecules, 1000 plus BA/BE DDI drug-drug interaction studies, a few clinical trials, and phase 1 studies. He has worked for companies like Lambda, Torrent, Aurobindo, GVK Bio, Vida CR, Cadila, Alchem Labs, and CMagma. He is MS Analytical Instrumentation and Chemical Analysis, and he's pursuing PhD Bioanalytical Chemistry, and he's founder and CEO of Ethics In. So I would request Mr. Manish Singh Yadav to please take over and start the presentation. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, Dr. Sanjeev, for a kind introduction. And I'm really pleased and honored with your invitation. And special thanks to Dr. Shivamurthy for allowing us to be co-sponsor of this great platform and summit. Right. So with that, I just try to share my screen. Okay. Is it visible, Dr. Sanjeev?
Yes, it is visible. You can make it full screen. Yeah, now it is full screen.
Okay, great. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for everything to bring this conference to this level and really allowing me to share my point of views, basically. And it's a special job what Dr. Shivamurthy given me, basically, to have conclusive presentation of this summit. So I'm pleased. Sorry, so my voice and everything is clear, Doctor?
Yes, sir. It's okay, sir. Fine.
Okay, fine. So I was hearing, and I believe everyone who is attending continuously and seriously this summit from the beginning, when Dr. Shivamurthy started speaking on the various principles of GCP to the last speaker before me, to Ms. Karishma, I feel a lot of good aspects of clinical research had been inculcated in the participants, basically, right? So with these words, what I want to have the index of my, basically the key points of my presentation. We start from understanding of fraud and misconduct. So as we all now learned the GCP principles, if we want to conduct anything good in clinical research, we have to have set of principles. By following that, you can have, you can ensure, or we can ensure the right kind of outcome of our efforts and attempts, right? So when we do everything good, nicely, it is good for all. But if we miss knowingly something which we're supposed to do, then it is not okay. It is not okay to have that kind of scenario or situation. So when something goes wrong and not as per our expectations, then even the outcome will be different. It may be different, it may be unanticipated, and the outcome and impact of our efforts and our doing or conduct cannot be anticipated in that situation. If anything goes beyond our control or as per the set of principles, what is being set up, right? So let's understand what is that, basically the fraud and misconduct. So fraud is a kind of, in single word, if I say, it's a false data with the intention to deceive. Basically, it's a betray. So if we do something intentionally, play with the data, play with the process, and we are aware the way, for example, we need to have informed consent. All set of principles are there, procedures are there. We have written, we have done, right? But then we know, but we don't want to follow because of certain reasons. It may be unawareness, it may be not having proper conduct, or maybe the training awareness level. But if we do anything intentionally, it is a kind of fraud. But another set of happenings when we do something where we are not aware, or by mistake we have escaped certain steps which to be followed, it's considered a misconduct, basically. So it is unintentional behavior. So when you talk about fraud, it is intentional behavior, and when you try to understand misconduct, it is unintentional. But the outcome of misconduct can also be a kind of fraud. Basically, if you do any mistake, whether intentional or unintentional, and if it is caught by the regulators or agency, then their actions will be based on their procedures and your mistake. They will not come up with that mind and understand why or what is the core reason, especially your mindset. They don't want to comment on that. So the outcome and their actions, especially when you see the biodeficiency kind of scenario, or maybe 483s or warning letters or NOCs from a notice of concerns from WHO, they are not worried about your mindset, why you have escaped or missed something. They come up with their set of principles, they follow, and they categorize that mistake accordingly, and they try to ask you for responses. So I think with these words, we will be okay with the understanding of fraud and misconduct. But there's a very good example I try to bring down for you guys. There, a doctor can easily understand what I'm trying to say. So these are the traces of ECG, and I'm not sure how clear it is, because I apology for my data, because it is I could get or extract the best for you, but it's a kind of examples which I want to put up here. These are the two different subjects, ECG, which cannot be the same in any scenario from clinical front, and a doctor can easily understand this is the same ECG and only with the different patient IDs. So this is not possible kind of scenario in clinical research, but then this has happened, and such scenarios we have already and phased, and some of the CROs which are no more now in the market, where we were trapped, and as a country, we really lost our image. So these are, this is a classical example of fraud. Okay, just a minute. Okay. So further understanding, if I summarize this slide, then misconduct and fraud may be intentional or may occur due to lack of the controls. What you have, as we nicely understood from the last presenter, you should have proper adequate quality management system, and you should have your own controls. So if there is any lack of controls or inadequately trained staff doing certain jobs, maybe again a cause of misconduct. Okay, so what is fraud? Further, if you want to understand, because if we understand what is there, we can probably save ourselves. So fraud can further be explained. It includes both kind of acts, like whether it is unintentional, intentional. But if you are, it's an act of omission, something consciously you are not revealing through the data, or something you are altering with the existing raw data, right? So whether it is omission or commission, it's a part of fraud. But in any case, when there is an honest error by mistake, you have escaped or you have something missed out, it cannot be considered as a fraud. So when somebody comes and investigate your data, your acts, your actions, your conduct, and if they find it's honest error, means your intentions were not to make or made that error, and if it is proven, then it cannot be considered as a fraud, and the actions will be mild from them. But if it is intentional, then the actions can be to any extent. Okay, so where it can be fraud, like if you talk about where people may make such kind of things or acts, so it can be in processing, while designing the protocol of your trial, while conduct or performing your trial, or recording of data, or supervising or reviewing. So even when I talk about supervising and reviewing, it's a job of the peer review, or it's a job of quality assurance team or quality control team. So if they are not okay in their job, it may occur. Who commits? Everybody, all stakeholders are prone to do that if we are not okay with our jobs. So investigators, study coordinators, data management personnel, lab personnel, IC, basically ethics committee, or through there also, because they are having set of principles. And by following that, they conduct or execute their job. Even IC, the clinical research associates. About IC, I say even their independence is important to prove every time for each conduct, each study. So when auditors or inspectors come to our facility, they have a specific agenda, and they have a lot of times we faced a lot of tough questions on IB or IC, basically independence. So that is an important point to keep in mind. Clinical research associates, even the regulatory agency may commit a kind of frauds, where we say only 3% FDA inspections uncover the serious GCP violations. But we know as a country, we are doing, not only we, most of the countries doing a lot of clinical trials, they may have prone to such kind of mistakes or even intentional mistakes, I say, which may be considered as fraud, but these frauds are not being uncovered by FDA inspectors because of their lack of time, you say, and they cannot cover everything in their single inspection. So many times when I faced multiple FDA inspections, I was expecting some kind of 483s on my studies, because I know there was a mistake. It may be unintentional, but there was a mistake, gap. But fortunately, that FDA inspector couldn't reach to that point, and we were saved. But you surprised to know we get 483s from there we were not anticipating. So what I say, even the regulators may not be 100% perfect to their job, But by that mean they are also a part of fraud. Like if I talk about one recently company, which was what I say, they stopped their operations because the agency now they banned their operations. So we'll take that example further. But then if this company was operating from last 15, 17 years, and they were submitting various dossiers and studies to various agencies, and now one of the agencies come and they say, like, you are not okay. It means even those auditors or inspectors who came inspected that facility, various studies across years, were they okay in their conduct of inspections? So that question also be there on their working. Who gets blamed? Most of the time, my data shows you like study coordinators, because they are the messengers basically. They are the coordinators. They get the challenges from doers and convey those messages to management, and they get management's vision, mission, and the principles, and maybe their values, and they percolate to the ground doers. So at ground level. So they are the basically a kind of pivotal messengers, and that's the reason most of the time they are being blamed not to do their job properly. Sometimes the fact is okay, but then most of the time I find there is also a gap. But then data is showing most of the time study coordinators are being blamed for these kind of misconducts. And nurses, then hospitals, sponsors also. And I believe everything, whatever is happening for that trial, sponsor is ultimately responsible for their actions. Investigators, office staff, and co-investigator, investigators, and clinical research associates accordingly. Impact, I believe it is going to be severe. So everyone has to be aware about our own job, what we are doing, why we are doing, because the impact of our mistake will be severe. It will be on the business. So there may be prosecution, product recall, closing that business. Industry, we may lose our reputation as industry and the business. Company, as a company, if I talk about the impact on company, we may lose reputation, sales, share values. As an employee, we may lose our job if we are not okay in our conduct. So we are into serious field. We are doing serious job. Civil money penalties, as country, we lose complete repo, as industry, everything, even the public health, wrong product being launched to our country or even globally. So these are a few clips. I don't know how clear these are, but this is for your example. This is for your understanding. These are the few latest happenings. If I show you the 2020, we had a good CRO from Mumbai. Basically, they were responsible for conducting BA/B trials and some clinical trials. So they got banned, their products being suspended, whatever studies they have done, not acceptable by EMA. Then recently, if I take the example of one West Indian-based, Pune-based CRO being now in, the name is there in the market. And one day before, I was talking to the guys responsible there. They were working, and that night I predicted, now you'll get something, because that was Spanish agency which came from last 2009 to 2018, and then 2018 to 2023. They have taken studies, multiple studies, 40, 50 studies, and they found serious gaps, and they banned all those products. They recommended European agencies should do their review. And that night we were talking about, now something we'll get from EMA also as union. And next day, 20th July, we were discussing, they were asking me certain things, but then 21st, we got this official communication. You can see this one, the last one. So our job, whether we are nurse or principal investigator or even management, our job is critical, what we should understand. Now, why, when we know the GCP, the people who are trained only doing the clinical research or trials, then why these things are happening? Why these kind of gaps, which are having serious impact on country, on business, on companies? So I say, give me maybe 2 to 5 minutes to understand the dynamism of clinical research, which may be one of the reasons why we need to be updated with our knowledge and execute our job properly, right? So clinical research is an integral part, we all know, drug development process. Clinical research basically comprises, now we have understood what is there with clinical research. If you want to be a good clinical researcher, you should know the basic science of clinical research, okay? Then quality aspects and regulatory considerations, these three. But above all, probably now I believe everybody knows this fact. Ethics is the focal point on all the fronts, right? Even if you are good in first three aspects, but if you are not okay with ethical conduct, everything will go into text, right? Now, what else? So a lot of, if I see the last 2 decades or maybe 3 decades, clinical research also having a lot of advancements, whether it is scientific or quality practices or regulatory advancements. So you can see a lot of new guidelines are also coming. So even regulatory agencies are being learned on the dynamism, based on the advancement of scientific advancement and the quality practices. Based on that, they also learned based on the observations, oratories, and the white papers published through various conferences, summits, like today's summit. We are also having MPS summit now. So based on that, we have published now the book. So it is going to be a good document. Similarly, a lot of international conferences published white papers. So based on that, regulatory agencies and regulators also learning, and they are modifying their guidelines. You can see the last line of this, last lines of this slide. There we have a lot of not only clinical, the bioethical method validation guidelines are being coming or came. So ICH M10, ICH B, M13A from W, again ICH, and then E6R3. Everybody knows it's a draft and came just in May 23. So, sorry. You can go back and refer these new guidelines, which is again an important aspect. So what may be the different causes? I'll not go line by line, but some important things I want to take here, and then you can refer these slides later on. So what I believe the principal cause of fraud is too much reliance on human practices. So somewhere artificial intelligence or maybe automation can be a good solution to come out of these frauds, or maybe get rid of causes of these frauds. So insufficient education, understanding why there is a lack of why people are missing these things, okay? So if we are not understanding why I'm doing my job, how much important it is, if those whys are missing, understanding is missing, we may be in trouble. Not only we, you'll put everybody in trouble. Lack of training, like GCP, and that's the reason we should continuously update ourselves on GCP, GLP, good documentation practices, and other skills. Lack of regulatory oversight, laziness. I say most of the time, the people who are aware, making mistakes, the main reason is of their laziness. Whether it is a train what they want to catch and go home quickly, so they are putting something on the next day. It's a kind of mental laziness. And sometimes greed, like I know my subject. Who are you to teach me and tell me? And that kind of laziness is a mental laziness. Loss of interest. Organizational culture. So what I believe, you can correct or fix the systems, processes, procedures, but we cannot improve people behavior in single night, okay, single day. So company culture and people behavior is something which are going to play an important role, of course. What can be the data identifier? If you go and evaluate as an auditor, the site data or the clinical trial data, if you find 100% drug compliance, you may raise a red flag. You can go in depth and try to check. And every time if it is happening, then it's again a questionable. So I'm not saying it is not possible. It is possible, 100% compliance. But every time it is happening and you are finding some other gaps, some other relevant gaps, then you can simply raise flag on that. So audit cannot be a single point based. It is a collective conclusion. Okay, identical ECGs, as I've shown you one of the examples, no SECs reported. Continuously they are doing clinical trials, but no serious adverse events reporting. And we know our molecule, we know our trial, if it is sensitive enough, we should have something. And by evaluating their controls also, you can predict what kind of job they are doing. Perfect efficacy data, okay. Questionable subject data visits. Data contains disease preferences. So it's a kind of tricks I am probably trying to share. Somebody, when they are trying to do something on their basis, on their acumen, their digit preferences are there. So they try to play with those digits in the data. Too perfect data. Sometimes we see vague responses to simple straight questions. They say, okay, my senior has told me, or seniors say my junior have done. So all those things we should be very much vigilant. Sometimes we can see the poor old-fashioned practices like bracketing, fast recruitment or slow recruitment rates, source records, a lack of audit trail. It's a big thing, big question on that data. Then other detection approaches can be, you can have challenge to explain, if they have challenge to explain some data, suspicious data. And if they don't have that whistleblower concept, like they are, you should, as an auditor, pay attention if you are going to those sites to staff complaints, establish reports, and then be approachable. Some of the questions, missing, altered, or inconsistent data, you can ask. And we start with, there is nothing like that. I escaped this slide. Let me go to the next. So what kind of, if we understood the causes and the strategy, like detection strategy, then you can make your own prevention strategy and you can go for that. So I strongly recommend every site, every CRO, everybody should have a proper SOP or policies on prevention strategies in today's era. It's a need of hour. So quality management system, what kind of quality management system? In single line, if I say, you need to develop or refine your quality management system based on sound science, which is the predicate rule and the best scientific practices. Then it comes to the quality practices, right? Based on that, you design and define and then implement that system. But the important thing, ultimately, your system should be fit for purpose, for your application area, right? So maybe a different kind of QMS is suitable for BA/BE kind of trials than the patient trials. So you can have everything. You can have accurate and practical system, but flexible enough to cope up with the dynamic nature of current happenings and development of clinical research. What other strategies? I believe during pre-study, during study, and post. So various things you need to understand and you need to implement as a good fraud prevention strategy. So you can have various checks at sites, their interest, investigators. Then you can go and have the eligibility check, primary efficacy points. And then again, as a strategy, you can understand the culture of the CRO, the site, the company, whether they have fraud reporting kind of system or whistleblowers kind of system. Whistleblowers are the people who are identified within the company who can work as inspectors, and they can report officially to the management what kind of gaps or even the fraud kind of things are happening within the company, so that management can take within that company on in-time actions. Training and education, it's always be a green area, I say, not gray. It's a green area where we need to develop continuously, because if something is getting changed, object is moving, then even our site will move. So I say training and development is always a continuous improvement area. Management's responsibility to ensure the clinical research personnel understand the GCP principles, what we are learning from the beginning of this summit. A very specific mindset, specific plan. Doctor, I want to ask how much time I have, so I can probably spend some time here, or I can speed up.
Sir, actually, it's almost done, but you can take few more minutes if you
can. Few more
minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this extension.
Please be precise and short, sir, so
yes.
that we have.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
So I am almost at the end of my.
Okay, sir.
a specific strategy and the
Okay, sir.
general
Please, sir, continue, sir.
Yeah. So when I talk about fraud prevention strategy, very specific plan, if I try to share based on my 25 years of experience, having various clinical trials, which is being conducted as a team and collective experience, I say it is a mindset. So the mindset of your auditors, who are the owner of your quality management system, should be like a FD. So you should start from nothing is being done. And everything, whatever is being presented to you, the data by which you can reconstruct the study. Okay. And one more important thing, when we try to inculcate that culture in the company, your people should understand nothing is small or big. So each and every point of the job is important. And most importantly, your company culture is something which is very important, and culture always flows, we all know, from top to bottom, not bottom to top. So management should have the practices in place, the culture is in place, because if you talk about the quality and culture, I believe a best quality culture is best indicated when what is being done when nobody is looking. So it is me who needs to understand what kind of job I'm doing. When I talk about generic plan, you have to have proper controls, good quality management system, and check whether you have any scope of automation and you can remove human interventions, because till the time we want to take any decision in clinical research, it's based on human. And so human intervention is always being required for technical decisions. But we need to see wherever possible, we need to remove human intervention, because if we have human intervention, human consensus, human, the emotions, there are chances of my mood swings, and that mood swing may have impact on my conduct and data quality. So that is the basically kind of generic plan. Generic plan also includes the training and awareness sessions on your new SOPs, your current guidelines, whether it is related to GCP, good documentation practices, or maybe the DI, data integrity. A very, again, general plan of your audits. So you can have a good practice of having internal quality audits in place. And the new thing which I want to suggest is meta-analysis, where you can have 6 months or 7 months, the all study data, get the trending, what kind of gaps you are identified, compile those data, prepare an authorized report, not as a trending report. It's a full-fledged technical quality control or quality assurance report, which can be shown to the auditor if they ask. So as for US FDA requirements, basically they developed during desktop surveillance, you need to present this data prior to their inspections when they come for remote inspections, okay? So meta-analysis report you have to present. So it is strongly recommended to be prepared with that. So here I'm coming to the end of my presentation and some takeaways. Like scientifically, we should be perfect. That is being required in current scenario. Similarly on quality and regulatory aspect, but ethics are something which has to be there in place every time whenever we are into clinical research. And this particular aspect gives a lot of dynamism to the clinical research. So we need to understand, if we want to avoid these kinds of misconducts or frauds, we need to understand dynamism, causes, identification of or detection strategies of the fraud, basically, and then you can prevent those frauds and misconducts. Ultimately, we need to update our tools, which includes knowledge, regulatory aspects, and resources with the time to meet current scientific quality and regulatory aspects. Ultimately, we need to develop our practices which are friendly to inspectors, not only the doers friendly. Till point of time, I believe all organizations are focused on doers friendly, scientifically correct, but doers friendly practices. But I believe now it's a new term which I want to coin through this summit. You have to have inspector friendly practices in place, which is scientifically sound, but inspector friendly. And ultimately be ready for any day inspection. So thank you so much for your time and attention. And I again convey my sincere gratitudes to MPS, given this opportunity, not only as a speaker, as co-sponsor to this finest summit, which I have in my career. So thank you so much. Take care.
Okay,
Thanks.
so thank you so much, Dr. Manish. This is really, interesting, and thank you for justifying the subject that has been given to you. And without much delay, now I will progress towards the Dr. Sanjeev. With your
Yes, sir.
permission, can we go ahead with the valedictory function, because
Sure, sir.
we
Sure, sir,
don't want
please.
to lose our participants. Please be with us. We'll quickly finish it off. It's our time to appreciate the efforts of our speakers. It's my kind request. So now to start with, like I would like to bring this, because this is the person who started with this. I am giving this certificate to Clinimed Life Sciences, Dr. Mr. Kone sir. Snehendu sir, thank you very much for your support. And with this, I would like to appreciate your association with us, and we would like to have continued support from you. And I will send you this certificate to you. This is I've started with the organizations who supported. Next one is I have one certificate for ethics in. So thank you so much, Dr. Manish, for supporting us, and we look forward to have more like this in the future again. Then we have one more certificate for JPADR, Dr. Chinmay. You are beyond all kind of appreciations. You have been very helpful for us. Thank you so much. Both technically and scientifically, both you have added value to us through JPADR and from yourself. Thank you so much. Then now I would like to get into the organizing committee very quickly. So I would like to appreciate Siva Sankara Parasa. Okay, so I'm coming from the juniors who helped me. That is Dr. Siva Sankara Parasa. You are really great. You brought everyone into the WhatsApp group by putting your efforts day and night. And thank you so much for being with us and helping us to reach out so many people. In the industry, you really made efforts to bring so many participants into this. Not only through just by adding into this a group, but you also promoted the event very effectively through your friends. And I believe that next one is I am coming up with the most importantly, I'm coming with Dara Ravi Teja. Okay, now I am trying to thank you. You are the another person, Gem. You also cooperated with Sivasankar, and also you helped us in organizing so many things in the scene behind forwarding the promotion activities and all. In addition, you also contributed an article. Thank you so much for that. Now I would like to thank Dr. Chinmay, who really helped us to conduct the first day program. This is really nice. And in addition, JPADR and other things which I already mentioned, and there is no words to express your efforts. Now I have Dr. Sanjeev. You have seen throughout the day, he has supported us. And we know that he has been with us even in the difficult days in his family, which I don't want to tell now, but still thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev. It's really highly appreciable. Next senior person in my team is Dr. Basavana sir. So thank you for advising us, giving us the room for freedom for organizing this effectively, and with your chairmanship, all the success under your banner we have been working. Thank you so much for that. And now I am getting into speakers. So speakers, quickly I will announce. Dr. Somnath Basu sir, you are the ex-DDC who helped us to by joining our team, and with your presence we were blessed, and because of your presence the glamour added to our program. Thank you so much for joining us. And again, Chinmay, thank you for delivering the lecture. Next is Dr. Shambhu sir. Really, Shambhu Samajdar sir, you really did excellent job by reviewing a lot of guidelines that are available in various regulations, and you wrote a very interesting article. And I promise you that I'll bring you again with 1 hour or 2 hours program on your topic, because what we gave was very less, and we will come back again. And again, Suyog Sindhu madam, so you did excellent job as far as the protocol topic is concerned, and you also wrote an interesting article. Thank you so much for that. And Gayatri madam, so you worked on the topic very fast, and you are the first one to submit the article, and also all the PPTs, everything very sincerely. Excellent job. Thank you so much for joining as a speaker and as an author. And Anirudh sir, really so much, I would like to thank you so much for adding value in the CT regulatory perspective, which was very difficult, especially, and this is really nice for from your side to come up with, and also a very interesting article. Sapna madam, really thank you so much for your efforts in bringing the ethical concepts, evolutions and all, and an article related to it. So congratulations. Vaishali madam, you have been very supportive and very cooperative, and thank you so much for all your efforts and joining the meeting. And again, Renuka madam, thank you for the prayer, because of God bless Saraswati Mata, who blessed us through your beautiful voice. In addition to it, your article, and again your speech on the on the patient's perspective. Anuradha madam, really thank you so much for your efforts in investigator's responsibility and article with your busy schedule. I know that you are busy with the PG examination, but you added value by joining us. Again, Koner sir, so one more certificate for you on this, as a speaker, and thank you so much for your article too. Then Meeta madam, so you also contributed very well. You're always supporting MPS events, and thank you so much for this, for a beautiful article. And you also brought a co-author also, who is a legal expert. So thank you so much for that. And I will come back to the additional authors later immediately. So Project sir, so really you added value by talking about the sponsor responsibilities, and also on writing an article. Very interestingly, you brought so many other authors along with you. Dr. Akash Gadgade, so thank you so much. You are an office bearer, and you've been always pushing us for conducting this program. Thank you so much. Because of like a lot of association and support, we are able to make this. Again, Abhijit Munshi sir, so thank you so much for adding value by talking on the very important topic that is related to calculation of compensation, and which is very interesting. Lakshmi madam, you are one of the senior person from the industry. You added value on the investigational product, and by writing an article. And Karishma, so very interesting, very innovative, very young, but still you did excellent job related to outside, like remote monitoring and use of technology. And again, sir, Manish Singh sir, so you did excellent job as far as your topic is concerned, which I already said. Now, quickly, I'll try to conclude the additional authors who helped. Before that, I would like to conclude on the editors who supported me. So Dr. Chinmay, you also worked as a co-editor. Thank you so much. This is for you. And Baswana sir, you also worked as a co-editor with me. Thank you so much for the book, who helped me to complete the ebook on clinical trial management. Sanjeev sir, thank you so much for your excellent work and cooperation for ensuring the editing of the book is done properly. Next, additional authors like Ravindra Kumar, you helped us to bring him here. Thank you so much. You will get a certificate for him also. Then Giridhar sir, for joining Karishma for co-authoring. Harsha, again, for joining the Karishma for doing the authorship. And then Josna again for joining Dr. Akash Gadgade for an article on safety. So thank you so much. Then Monali Shinde for joining Dr. Project sir for writing an article on sponsors. Then Mohini, Dr. Mohini again, thank you for joining Dr. Project sir. Then Divya Dhanuka for joining article with Dr. Meeta madam. So thank you so much. Then Shreyashi Dasgupta for joining Dr. Shambho sir for writing an article on regulations. Then Charisma for joining, Charisma for writing an article on technology, and then Varsha Shitole for joining, Project Sir for writing an article on sponsors responsibility, Sembo Sir, which I already mentioned, for writing an article, then Saugata Sarkar for joining Dr. Sembo Sir for writing an article on this. So thank you so much. I think I have tried bringing everyone with this valedictory function. Now, I request Dr. Baswana sir, if he is available, if he can speak a few words as the closing remark. Baswana sir?
Yes, I'm available.
Yes, sir.
Very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please. Please come with
My-
video, sir. Come with video. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Our MPS National Clinical Trial Summit 2023 is having had a great success by God's grace, and all those who are worked sincerely. And my sincere thanks to each and every one who are directly or indirectly contributing to this grand success of our MPS National Clinical Trial Summit. I cordially thankful to Dr. Shivamurthy, our president, and I cordially thanking all the sponsors, major sponsors that is of this our event, Clinical Clinimed Life Sciences, Mr. Sahinder Koner, and co-sponsor 16 CRS, Mr. Manish Singh Yadav sir, and I thank for Dayanand Sagar principal, our Dr. Ashok sir, and HOD Clinical Pharmacology Dr. Pratibha madam, and JP ADR Dr. Chinmaya. I'm sincerely thanking you, and thanks to Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, our DCGI, Government of India, and ex-Deputy Drug Controller Somnath Basu sir. And sincerely thank all the 20 speakers who have given excellent talks and very good talk, and all 35 authors who have contributed to our e-book on our clinical trial management. And even thanking for the moderator who are constantly vigilant on these entire event, and most and foremost important, thanking all the participants by God's grace for our grand success for our clinical trial summit, National Clinical Trial Summit. Thank you, one and all.
So we have come to the end of the program. Now I would like to, at the end, I would like to thank ClearNet. Most importantly, sir, I'll try to make one certificate for ClearNet too. So I'll try to hand over to you. Please hand over to them on behalf of MPS for supporting this event. So Snehendu sir, hope you are hearing me.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So with this, I think I have already expressed my gratitude to everyone who supported us in successfully conducting, and I would like to acknowledge, first of all, I would like to acknowledge the national pharmacologist groups, who helped helped us to get so many participants here, and again world leaders group that is run by Mr. Ravindra Gaur. So he helped us for that group also, and site management group again, Dr. Manoj Karwa, and the team who helped us to bring so many people here. And I would like to thank even Herbal Group also, which also helped us to bring a lot of multidisciplinary people into this. Sridhar Tirunagari, I would like to mention him. I think he is also a participant, and thank you so much. And I think I would like to thank my department people who tolerated me, because I have to, and they adjusted the schedule based on this. And with everyone, so I would like to again mention here Dr. Pratibha Nadik madam and Dr. Ashok sir for giving me permission to go ahead with this program under the banner of the MPS in association with Department of Pharmacology and CD Cymer. And I would like to thank and express my gratitude to everyone who collaborated. And I would like to thank Baswana sir. Thank you for kindly agreeing for being with us and guiding us and being always supporting me in all the endeavors. And I would like to thank the office bearers of MPS, Dr. Akash is there, sir is there, Dr. Prakash is there, and Dr. Just 1 minute. I would like to mention his name because I don't want to forget. Dr. Melvin George. He is our treasurer. Because in the tension, so I would like to mention him also, that Dr. Melvin George is always supportive, and Dr. Fulen Sharma, he's been with us since long, and as a society research council head chairperson, and everyone, all the office bearers and also for MPS groups. So we are associated with almost more than 1,000 MD pharmacologists, and they all supported us wholeheartedly. And I would like to thank Dr. Dikshit sir, R.K. Dikshit sir, Rakesh Kumar Dikshit sir, and NAPT members also for supporting us and helping us to perform this, and giving a pat on our back whenever we fall down. They all handholded us, and because of everyone's blessings, we are able to make it. Now I would like to hand over the mic to Clearnet. Clearnet, you are there?
Yes,
And
sir.
before that,
Yes.
I would like to, I would like to give opportunities for few of the participants to express their views. We would like to hear from them how they felt, and was it useful. Maybe three participants. So can you please raise your hands and would like to express your, if you can express your views. Any of you? Can you point out any of you, please unmute yourself and then speak.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So it is a very excellent presentation and a very good conference, sir. Really, we're looking forward to another conference like this in future, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Team, sir.
Thank you so much.
Very
Thank you
well
so
organized, sir. Thanks again, sir. Thanks.
Yes. So anyone else, please?
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. Your good name?
Sir, Dr. Narsimha Murthy, sir, from Tumkur, Siddhartha
Oh,
Medical
very
College.
nice. Please, Dr. Narsimurthy.
Sir, it is a very excellent program, sir. And so it is.
Please switch on your video also.
Sir, it is, I think.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sir, this program is helpful for us to enhance our knowledge, sir, regarding clinical trials according to the recent guidelines, that is in the year 2019. So all the speakers presented in well, sir. So I would like to say thanks to all, and especially for you, sir, for organizing this event.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
And Dr. Preeti has raised hands. Dr. Preeti?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, good evening, sir. I am Dr. Somnath Murthy, sir.
Yes, sir. Somnath, sir.
Sir, very nicely done. I am following this from many years. I hope you were there. You were there in Gujarat, and Pharmacology Society of India chairperson, right, sir?
Yes.
You were there working for the one company.
Yes,
correct, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are right.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I was following from that time onwards, and excellent, sir. I'm really, you can say, fan of yours, and excellently done. And this job is excellently done. And you also sing very nicely. I heard also I contributed there also for singing your this thing. The app also I downloaded because of you only. Sir, keep on the such things. Really, sir, I will definitely this thing, and really overwhelmed with your enthusiasm and contribution to our society and making us very rich. You are told really feast it is really feast, sir. Thank you very much for such occasions again we this thing. Sir. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All to
Preeti,
our
madam.
speakers and all organizers.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, madam.
So it
You
was.
can switch on your video if you're okay.
Yeah, I have actually switched on, but I don't know.
Okay, okay. Please go ahead.
Whatever. Okay, so it was a very, very good academic clinical trial fest. I should say, being a ethics committee member for a long time, still few gray areas are there, which I could feel that quite many of the questions or queries were answered. And of course, we had some expectations, but you were beyond that expectations. So congratulations to you and your team. So it was a very, very nice. So it was a feast for a one who is a new entrant in this field, as well as the one who has established himself or herself. So it was a great, topics were also very nicely selected from, I can say from A to Z, everything has been covered, nothing left out. So I expect very good from that ebook too. Everyone would refer and highly appreciated. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much. Hiren.
Hello.
Hiren. Yeah, yes. Please go ahead.
Hello, it's me, Dr. Nalini.
Yes, madam. Please come. Please
How
come
are
online.
you, sir?
Yeah. Thank you so much. I am fine.
Yeah, after a long time, I'm hearing to all the many people who are there with us. So they're showing they are all with us. It's really made excellent teamwork. So let the teamwork go on like this forever.
Thank you so
wish you good luck. Congratulations. And congratulations to all of you people. Keep on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Hiran.
Yes, very good evening, Dr. Siva, sir.
Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you so much to you and your entire team for making this amazing summit. Honestly speaking, it is one of the best summit I ever attended. I recall my master's days while doing clinical research. So it is kind of 2-day sessions. I recall the entire clinical trial journey, what I feel, and truly added a value in the entire session by valuable speakers of all the which is chosen by you and your entire team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Anyone else has raised the hands? Please go ahead. Or maybe one or two more. And if you have, yes, please.
Dr. Suchitra here.
Suchitra, please tell me. Dr. Suchitra, she is my classmate. Please go ahead.
Congratulations
Thank you
to
so
you
much.
and your entire team for conducting first MPS conference successfully. I could listen to many of the presentations, excellent presentations with very good speakers and very good topics. And it is a very pride moment for me to see you in this position as organizing such a, good conference. And wish you all the best for your future endeavors. Continue to do this good work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This means a lot. Coming from my classmate, it's a great thing. But anyway, you are also a pharmacologist and you have a lot of experience. So coming from your experience, again, it's great. So anyone else, if anyone is there, anyone want to speak? Ravi Shankar sir. Yes, sir, you have raised your hands. Please go ahead, sir.
Dr.
You are my
Shivamurthy,
senior
once again,
in our UG days.
Once again, I would like to congratulate the whole team for organizing such a wonderful online conference. And my heartiest congratulations to all the speakers. They have done a very honest and a wonderful job. The whole team of MPS, keep going on. It is needed, very well needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You have been asking for a program. I hope we have given you through NPS since long.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Shivamurthy and
Next,
your team.
Dr. Saswat.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening to all the speakers and delegate. The new drugs and clinical trial rules were very beautifully explained through this conference. And thank you, everyone. And thank you for the speakers for delivering such beautiful talks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so have we given chance to everyone who wanted to speak? So if everything is done, so can we call for the day? Now, I think mic is handed over to Clearnet, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shiva sir, and thank you, everyone. It was a really wonderful and very informative session. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to host the session, and we hope to have you again on our platform very soon. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I would like to again thank all my speakers, wonderful speakers, wonderful teamwork. And I'm sure, like our ebook on CTM, clinical trial management, is going to live long, and industry will accept our, humble efforts. Hope that, it will continue to be there. And we would like to come up with additional, additional editions over a period of time, and we would like to come up with hard copy too. So God is there for all of us. Hope we will be able to make it. Manish sir, you want to speak? You raised your hand. I think it is muted.
Thanks for all. Nothing special. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. If anything, nothing is there, then we call it for the conference is closed. And I would like to assure you that, each one of you, whoever registered and participated and attended the feedback session and post test, you will get the certificate. And please keep attending MPS programs, and we will come back with more programs like this. And please do continue to support us, and we will be able to, with your support, we'll be able to conduct more successful events. Thank you. With this, we would like to, with this note, if nobody else want to make any additional comments, we will close this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Congratulations to whole team.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.